let's dive in, because we have to do 6 unit reviews. 6 to start out. And we'll do Ellerie first. She is the lord of this game. Or, you know, I guess the first lord. Spoilers. I told you there'd be spoilers. But she is a supplier. This is an infantry lance plus staff class. And she instantly starts out with C rank staves, which is fairly useful. You know, staffing is always helpful. Being a free deploy with staffers, or being a free deploy who is a staffer, is nice. You know, sort of Micaiah pilled if Micaiah had a staffer at the beginning. Or Celica kind of like that too. When she, like, you know, I like it when a lord has healing because it means in 0% they're still useful. But also outside of 0%, I think they can be quite useful. Ellerie also has an A support. Supports are fixed in this game. You don't gain support ranks by getting, like, support combos. So having an A support with Wisp, and Wisp is a really, really good, character. I would say, you know, her biggest issue is availability. Like, she's only in half of the game, which is why people, you know, don't necessarily rank her high in terms of that. But once she shows up, having an A support with Ellerie, you know, helps out Wisp. And Ellerie, of course, can access the supply. She has a, you know, she's not got the greatest combat stats. If you take a look, you know, 9 strength, 7 speed, and then 45-35 on the growths. Defensively, she's even worse off. 6 and 4 for her defense and res, and 30 and 20 for the growths. But, you know, it's not terrible. And her luck is like her phenomenal stat. 10 base, 50% growth, and a weapon that uses the luck to add additional damage. It also doubles weapon triangle, and in this game, weapon triangle is 3 might. I believe it's 3 might and 20 hit or something ridiculous. I have to double check that, because weapon triangle 30 hit and avoid, and then it's 3 might, right? So weapon triangle is already cracked. Doubling weapon triangle bonuses, as long as you're at advantage, is very fucking strong. And this is an auto repair, so she gets to use it 3 times every map. So some pretty strong qualities. But as chat has said, I've been dancing around the really nice thing about Ellerie, and that is, of course, the 2 leadership stars. No. Ellerie's personal skill, lead by example. It is a 4-way dance. Kind of, because it's triggered by killing, so you usually, if you're killing at 1 range, you usually only dance 3 people. But you can, like, chuck a javelin or harpoon if you really want to dance 4 people. Even just refreshing 3 people is really fucking strong. And even though Ellerie's combat stats are not phenomenal, she can manage to get kills with Fenian. Pretty reliably. I imagine even in 0 growth, she's going to be getting kills with Fenian. Just because it's a good fucking weapon, right? So being able to auto-refresh, you know, even just doing it to 2 people, if you can't get a full triangle, is so nice. It is probably the best sort of, like, movement refresher skill that, because everyone in the cast, or almost everyone, has some sort of, like, move again skill. And Ellerie's doesn't affect her, but it affects others. Although she can make it affect her, because the Seahawk flag, which is a lance you get about 1/3 of the way in the game, is a infinite durability lance that gives Gale Force. So one of the, like, sort of pro gamer plays is have Ellerie Gale Force herself while also refreshing 3 other people, and you've suddenly just got, like, a phenomenal fighting force. You can only do it once per turn, so you can't, like, you know, chain the Seahawk flag into infinite Gale Forces or whatever. All these movement skills are once per turn, and some of them override each other. But for the most part, it's, you know, it's still very, very fucking strong. I would say Ellerie is perfectly usable in the late game because of luck stacking Fortune Cookie. Yeah, the fact that luck is the stat she cares about most is also really nice, because it's a stat that most other characters don't care about. Luck tends to be looked at as one of the lowest value stats in Fire Emblem. It is important to, like, avoid crits and stuff, but hey, on the Lord, like, hey, Iron Man's safe, right? She doesn't get crit. She's never getting crit. But it also means she gets, like, free access to fortune cookies. Ellerie does also have a number of plot events that can help her out. Promotions in this game are all story-based. Think of it like Final Fantasy 1, where you get an item and it gets everyone the class change, right? With, like, I think 2 exceptions, because it's Oriana and Tower have their own promotions, but otherwise, everyone promotes, well, the trainees, but that's also different. Most people promote with pay raise. It very much reminds me of the FF1 class change, where it's like just partway through the game, everyone promotes. And Ellerie is the first one to do that. She gets a horse, which is nice. Like, then she's a horse staffer with Fenyon, and horsing also helps her to dance people more easily with lead by example. There is a late game event where she can buy, like, spirits to possess herself with, and they affect her stats in all sort of wonky ways. And you can use that to, like, cap her magic, which probably isn't capping on its own. There's some cool stuff you can do with it. I don't know all of it. But, you know, there's stuff you can do. Harpoon is better than magic. You break a one-use harpoon and then her weapon gets swapped. Yeah, you can do the abuse stuff like that. For anyone who isn't aware, because skill system is imperfect, it just looks at the weapon at the top of your inventory after combat. So you can, like, do breaking stuff to get extra scale force, but, like, I don't really see the need to get into the nuances with, like, glitch exploit stuff. Ellerie is already phenomenal without exploiting the systems, right? Like, just playing her as she was intended, she not only is super strong at base in a couple of different ways, but she also just has a lot of flexibility. And I'll also say convoy access on a staffer is, like, the fact that I haven't even mentioned convoy access on a staffer just sort of shows how much else Ellerie has going on, because basically it gives her infinite inventory, and a staffer with infinite inventory is always nice. Like, the only other Lord Staffers we have is, well, Celica, not really, because they're not in a convoy, but then Micaiah in a game where there's no convoy access. Being able to just reach into the convoy and grab, like, okay, this is a situation where I need warp. This is a situation where I need barrier. This is a situation where I need any number of other, there's so many wacky staffs in this game. It's a very strong trait, and it's only like 3rd or 4th on the list of everything Ellerie has going for her. And leadership stars is good, right? Like, and customizability with the spirit stuff. There's just so many things you can do. Shrine Maiden Corin. You can do Shrine Maiden Corin, that is true. But there's fewer staffs. Staffing's not very good in Fates. Chat, who are we going with next? Lindros. Lindros is on the thumbnail. So we can do Lindros. Lindros is a unit that a lot of people really like. I can see why too. So his movement skill, he has lunge, right? Lunge is good. Lunge is, you know, it's the, lunge is, you know, you attack an enemy, you swap spaces with them. Synergistic with Ellerie, because you can lunge someone into a position that lets Ellerie lead by example, or you can lunge Lindros into a position where he gets led by example as well. There's some really cool stuff you can do with that in terms of lunge. He's also just got very good combat stats. You know, bad bulk, 10% defense with 2 defense growth, and only 23 base HP with 70 HP growth. But that's a mage for you, right? Like, not gonna complain that a mage is frail. That's like complaining that, like, an armor knight is slow, right? He's a glass cannon, 65% magic growth and 35% speed. He's usually not doubling stuff, but he can do big damage, which is nice. Anima's a good weapon type. There's a lot of interesting and complex anima tomes, including guidance, which is his personal. It is a 3 to 10 range infinite refresh. You might notice that this synergizes very well with lunge. The reason for that is, you know, You just lunge halfway across the battlefield. This allows Lindros to keep pace with cavalry units, because generally mounted units are going to have worse stats than infantry, and the trade-off is, you know, infantry have trouble keeping up. They need to be rescue dropped or, you know, shoved or any number of other things to help move them around. Lindros, he can keep up. He can just lunge an enemy 10 tiles away, and he keeps pace with the cavalry. And yet he still manages to have the sort of the infantry favoritism in terms of stats. It's just like the rewarp staff. Imagine rewarp staff with 3 uses per map. You know, we're playing under 3 houses warp rules at this point. He also, it gale forces him, right? So it's better than rewarp, because rewarp, you don't get an action afterwards. Guidance gale forces him. It doesn't deal any damage. You know, it's not just a 0 might. He won't deal 13 with it. I can demonstrate, like, he should be dealing damage to this pirate, but it is locked to 0 damage, right? So it is just a movement tool, but it is probably the best movement tool in the game. Like, there's a couple of others in contention with it, but I think it's probably the best one. Is it a full action or a stationary action? No, you get a full action. You get a full action. You can move again. It's Gale Force. So it's just really fucking strong. Other than that, you know, he's just a mage, right? He's a mage with mage combat who manages to keep up with the cavalry. Not much else to say about that. I do find him to be a bit slow. But like, that's a problem most of the mages have. I compared it to 3 houses earlier, and that's a 3 houses mage problem. So that is, there's like one who's kind of the exception to the rule, and that's sort of her gimmick. But yeah, Lindros really good. Worth noting, Sanctuary, starts in Lindros' inventory, and he's a good user of it, because he's otherwise pretty frail, and it helps with his bulk. However, you can give it to anyone else. So in 0 growths, it's gonna get passed around like a fucking blunt. And even in a growths playthrough, right? You can give it to people other than Lindros if someone else needs it. No, it's nice. It's a nice thing. Dicer of Dan. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's a ton of good options for... There's a ton of good options for anima. Dicers of Dan, that's the Brave Tome, right? Which, you know, I guess that kind of makes up for not doubling. You know, but now you're not quadding, right? 3 houses mages are bad. They are. Lindros isn't, though. Lindros isn't. I believe a couple of people in chat said he's S tier. Which I don't really know what the tier list for this game is. There's probably not going to be one at the end of the unit reviews, because the units are so ridiculous. That just evaluating them all against each other becomes like a mess. Because everyone's a little bit crazy. We've gone over 2 units so far, and we have Mr. 10 range lunge Gale Force and Mrs. I kill people to refresh my allies. And it only gets cooler from here, because I mentioned that guidance is probably the best movement tool in the game. But so Mince gives it a run for his money. He has the swarp command, which allows him to basically swap through warp range. For him, currently it's at 5, but he actually has a decent magic growth. This is a magical armor knight. So armors with low move, no think, just teleport. Now, as a swarper, right, you do need to have an ally up there, which means that it's more limited. You know, guidance, the reason I think guidance is better is you can lunge to where an enemy is, and that always gives you more flexibility than using Swarp to where an ally is. Additionally, Swarp, while you can use it as many times as you want, it is in action. It doesn't Gale Force you in the way that guidance does. But Mince does have something that helps him overcome this flaw, and that is at the end of chapter 1, at the end of this chapter we're in right now, he's going to get the cooking pot, which is a 1/2 range axe, 5 durability, but it's yellow, so it, you know, refreshes every map. And when the cooking pot is equipped, he gains a defense bonus. I think it's +5 defense. And any swarping uses his first durability of, or uses the durability of the cooking pot and gale forces Mince. So what he can do is he can equip the cooking pot, swarp someone, get an extra action, and now continue to move forward or move backwards or do whatever. One thing that is worth noting is that Lindros and Mince actually work really well together. I think Luna picked up on it immediately, but a strategy you can do is have Lindros lunge an enemy, but now he's behind enemy lines. He's got low defense. Even with Sanctuary, he's not, you know, out for the best situation. Mince can swarp himself to the front lines. He is bulky. He has 10 defense with a 50% growth, 105% HP growth. He can take on those enemies. And so Lindros can line up a spot for Mince to swarp to, and then do it again the next turn. And the two of them can sort of advance forward that way. Why not just rescue staff Lindros at that point? Well, that moves you backwards. The point of doing this is to get your army going forward, get the infantry up in the situation where they're going to be in the front lines. If you rescue him backwards, first off, rescue has limited durability, but you're also not making forward progress. You know, it's something you can do, but I think they work much better together because neither of them are consuming a limited resource and both of them are moving forwards. You know, Lindros lunges forward, then he gets a free action, he attacks someone on the front lines, then Mince swarps himself, brings Lindros to safety, and then he gets an action on the front lines as well, and on enemy phase, he can actually stand up to the punishment, and now you're ready to do it all over again, have Lindros lunge forward next turn. And so the two of them, they do make, even though Lindros' buddy in the story is Pomelo, I think gameplay-wise, Mince and Lindros work really well together in terms of just getting that infantry stats on the front line, powering each other up. Funny thing about Swarp is people legit forget it's in 3 houses. Yeah, the Fetters of Domri, right? That's what it's called. It's the item that Yuri has, I think. I might be wrong about that. It's not called Swarp in there, but it is, it's kind of lame, because, like, Trickster gets it, right? No, Fetters is Kanto, isn't it? Foul play. Yeah, Trickster gets it. Foul play. Yeah. It's the Trickster Mastery. It's just like, in a game with infinite warp, it's just not useful. But this is not a game with infinite warp, right? Although, we do get an infinite range warp staff. Hey, Ellerie, you don't have a good magic stat. Warp is infinite range anyway. We did kind of talk about, I did kind of hint at Pomelo, because he's sort of Lindros' buddy in the story. So I guess we could talk about him. Oh, Mince has secret events? Oh yeah, what are his other secret events? I guess, no, we're not quite done with Mince, are we? We're not, because as a physical and magical fighter, like, hybrid stuff is good. He gets, like, oh yeah, he has bows. Bow access is always nice. Like, shooting down flyers is really nice. He gets access to, like, the flaming bow with his magic, and then I guess there's secret events I'm forgetting about. What are his secret events, Sindre? Sun God for bow range +1 and point blank. Sun God? You get bow buffs from killing the bow armor boss in the late game. Damn, I didn't even know that. See, this is what I mean, that we have to collaborate on these unit reviews, because y'all know stuff that I don't. I'm not as familiar with all the secrets in this game. So is the Sun God also another thing for Mince? Like, he can technically use axes, but I find that he's better at just using bows. Bow range +1 and point blank for killing the bow armor. And you get provoke from doing the chicken guidon. Oh right, you do get provoke from the chicken guidon. I forgot about that. I got that in my first playthrough. Yeah, an armor with provoke and, like, good defensive growths. I mean, he gets shredded by mages, but you know who doesn't. Again, the dynamic duo. But yeah, provoke. I forgot about fucking provoke. It comes very late So we won't make use of it in this, but Provoke in skill system it forces enemies to attack you, and having that on someone who is super bulky makes the late game a lot easier. It made it so that you can get more aggressive by being like, you know that the enemy is always going to attack one specific unit. Does Provoke work better in GBA hacks? Yes. Provoke is, I think, the strongest skill in skill system. At least the strongest one used like normally, right? Because controlling the enemy AI and forcing them to do what you want is just so powerful. He has a solid speed growth. Yeah, 50% or 35%. He is, well, isn't that the same as Lindros? So not really. He's not gonna double stuff. Like, they're both kind of slow. They're both kind of slow. I guess that it's probably enough that neither of them gets doubled, which for Lindros makes, again, Sanctuary very good. And in Mince's case, is just like, you know, it's gravy on top of already being super bulky. And then, like, Axes is nice. I think in the early game, like, having the option to enemy phase at one range is good, but later on, I really do think just he's better as a bow unit. You get 1-2 range bows as well in the magical bows. I usually give him the first wine so he can graduate out of coin flip mode. That's a growth booster, right? The wine? Yeah. That is, I guess, the big downside is he's a little bit Phobos pilled with 50% in everything. But as long as you, like, you know, maintain as a bulky unit, like as an enemy phase unit, right? You have more opportunities to gain experience and sort of make up for the coin flips. So I'm very high on Mince. I think that Mince and Lindros are both in that sweet spot where you get the upside of infantry skills, but they have a powerful enough, or infantry stats, but they have a powerful enough movement skill that they do not feel as hindered by being infantry. That applies to Lindros more than Mince, but I do think it still applies to Mince, since he, you know, he has the Swarp. As long as his magic keeps going up, he will remain on the front lines. Whereas with Lindros, like, he's just always able to get there. Because 10 range swarm, or 10 range lunge. Like, are you kidding me? Lindros does the same thing with Wide Water or Rescue or other staffing. What's Wide Water again? Axe rank for the Xeon. Yeah, oh, that's the other thing. That's the nice thing about axes, is there is an axe that'll boost his magic and functionally just gives him more swarp range. Although you can't have that equipped at the same time as the pot, so it becomes a little bit like of a juggle, like which one would you prefer? But the pot's nice for tanking too. Oh yeah, the +8 magic equip. Right. Yeah. How is axe accuracy? Pretty good, 90. And remember, weapon triangle's 30. So typically I don't think there's a bad weapon type. I think you just don't want to be at disadvantage, right? Just to give you the weapon layouts. But because weapon triangle is so extreme, I do think that you want to maintain weapon triangle advantage. I wouldn't say that, like, lances, swords, or axes are bad in the way that I would in a lot of vanilla Fire Emblems. Just because of how important weapon triangle is. Like, if you are at weapon triangle advantage, you're almost always going to hit, right? Like, look, there's 100 versus 57. That's how impactful weapon triangle is. It's a big deal. It's a very big deal. And it means that maintaining a healthy balance of each member of the weapon triangle on your team is important. And hey, we talked about a Lancer. We've talked about an Axer. Technically an Axer. Let's talk about a sword unit. The only sword unit we have to start the game is Oriana. She's a dancer. And you might expect, you know, dancers are traditionally very, very good because refreshing is so strong, right? But their combat tends to not be great. And it doesn't matter because you should be clicking dance with them every single turn. And I would say that is true to an extent with Oriana. You should be clicking dance with her every single turn, but her combat's not shit. Look at this combat. 17 base speed, 11 strength, 13 magic, and good growths. Not great growths. Her magic growth is definitely better, but she actually has the combination of speed and magic in a way that other units lack. You know, usually the magic units are either fast but low magic or slow but high magic, right? Oriana gets both as her privilege, but she has to use magical swords to do it. Now, with the wind sword, she gets even more speed. I forgot about that shit. So yeah, 22 functionally. Leadership star as well, which is always nice. She later becomes the second lord. There's a party split in part 3, or act 3, right? And Oriana becomes the lord of the army of everyone who abandoned Ellerie. Now, you might think, okay, her combat's good, but it can never be as good as dancing. And again, that's true, but she doesn't have to choose. When Oriana dances, she also gale forces herself. So Oriana should dance every single turn because she still gets to do combat even after dancing. So it's good. It's fucking good. It's kind of ridiculous, and you might think, like, how on earth could you make a dancer better than that? Well, her promotion gives her fucking flying. She gets a Pegasus on promotion. Her promotion is later than everyone else. I believe it's like 2 chapters later, because you get the pay raise, but her promotion only comes when you get a Pegasus. You rescue the Pegasus from the jail. And I believe it's also linked to a side objective that you can fail. Squishy, oh yeah, 4 defense and like no growths, and no res either. If Oriana is defeated before the split, she's forced to become a Swordmaster. I saw the Swordmaster sprites in Builder. I didn't know what that was for. That's interesting. I imagine that even in 0 growths, that's not worth it, right? Like, her stats can't possibly be worth it if she can't dance. Flying Dancer, I'm dying. Yeah! Flying Dancer who has good combat and gets to use it. Like, you know, this is I mean, Luna, if you think a Flying Dancer is good, you know, Azura can reclass into Kinshinite if you grind her up to level 36. But yeah, Oriana's very fucking good. No Swordmaster with the dance. Oh, she has the dance skill. Huh. Maybe it's worth killing her off. I guess we'll see when we get there. That's interesting though. So she can dance as a Swordmaster, but she's not flying. That's interesting. I did not know that. See, this is where the collaborative part comes in. Chat is on screen. You're educating me, teaching me about these things. But yeah, that's interesting. That is interesting. She also has an A support with Krynia. Krynia is one of the game's trainee units. Probably the best of them because she has a really strong personal weapon and she gets lance access for the Seahawk flag, which is the Gale Force lance. Seahawk flag is why lances are probably the best weapon. But again, you want a balance of all weapons because the triangle is so important. It's fun to learn new things with CC being pretty dense. There's so much on it, like, and that's, again, disclaimer, I'm gonna miss stuff, I'm gonna get stuff wrong. So if I do, you know, correct me in the comments or in chat if you're in live stream, because this will eventually be a compilation. But yeah, we've talked about this square of units. I guess we can go, there's not much more to say about Oriana, right? So let's talk about Pomelo. Pomelo is, unfortunately, probably the weakest of the starting characters. His best trait is arguably the B support with Lindros, because he's just powering up someone better than him. But he's also not bad. He's just sort of the first one to get benched. He's a pirate. You know, these are pirate stats. He's truly a unit in the cast of CC. Yeah, he has pirate stats and pirate growths, right? Like, this is kind of what you expect from a pilot and berserker. But he does have a couple of interesting skill options, right? Land boat allows him to transform into a boat. And while a boat, he can still use his axes. He doesn't stop getting axe access. He still has axe access. But he also gets cannon access. Cannon access is a 5-range weapon. Well, 3 to 5 range. And not only does it, you know, hit the enemy far away, but it also has splash damage. Free siege weapon is bad. High power attack. I mean, he has strong attack. But I do think the powder blast is good. I don't think it's bad. It's not like as far ranged as something like Guidance or Ballistas and FE11, but just having the extra range is nice, and the splash damage is good. And if I can demonstrate, he also has a skill called Drop Bear. Or Drop Attack. Basically, for every tile that he moves before exiting, he boosts both his offense and defense by 1. So the idea is to switch between boat mode and pirate mode as often as you can. Because you go into boat mode to use the powder blast, and then next turn you drop attack, get a damage and defense boost. And that can end up being like a pretty significant boost. He has 8 move as a tank, so you can get plus 8 damage, minus 8 damage, right? It's very useful in 0%. I imagine it is, because, you know, it's a pretty big damage boost. Oh yeah, with a brave weapon, it's 16. It's 8 damage at best. 8's a big number in Fire Emblem. If you had a consumable item that said gain 8 strength, that would be a very fucking good item, right? 8 is a big damage stack, even in CC. And it's one that you get for functionally free every other turn, as long as you're careful about positioning. So I do think Pomelo is the weakest of the starting group. He's sort of, you know, iconic for being the first one benched pretty frequently, but I wouldn't sleep on him. How does drop attack work? Only 1 turn with a move. Yeah, it's only 1 turn. So it caps out at your movement stat, but like 8 damage is a lot. I'm underwhelmed by him. Yeah, I mean, I am too. I think that, you know, I'm not trying to gas him up as some sort of like secret god tier unit that nobody else knows is actually broken. Like, I do think there's a reason that he's often the first one ditched. It's partially because he's, you know, more boring than the others. It's partially because I do think he's the weakest of them. And also, he's kind of the most annoying to use. The ride capabilities kind of fuck with your head in terms of what commands you're supposed to click, and they make it hard to check the battle forecast. So that is also a factor on him getting dropped, I think. He's still the weakest of this lot, but he has a lot of options. Yeah, being the weakest unit in a group that contains fucking Ellerie and Oriana, and Lindros, Mince, and Tower, like, these are some of the 5 best units in the game. Being weaker than them is not the worst thing in the world. But speaking of Tower, right? Our Jagan. Speaking of our Jagan Tower, he's a war monk. I believe this is technically a promoted class, so his experience gain is going to be quite slow, but he has staff access, and he gets like unpromoted staff experience, so that sort of helps him keep up with his experience curve. His growths are also very good. They're kind of lopsided. 75% strength is pretty ridiculous, and 200 HP alongside 55% defense and 60% resistance. Like, these are some of the stats of all time. Also worth noting that, like, promoted units don't actually gain that much less experience than unpromoted units. I think it's a difference of like 3 or 5 levels. The main thing is that, you know, as a level 10 promoted unit, as compared to level 1 unpromoted units, Like, that is a significant level difference, basically. Oriana also gonna be a higher level, but Tower is the one it's most noticeable on. But there's a workaround in using staffing. A rank in both axes and staves too means he can use basically everything he wants. And that includes the Man-Splitter, which is basically his Silver Axe equivalent, a 25 might weapon. 25 might. Kind of ridiculous. Kind of ridiculous. Of course, this is all offense, no defense, so he loses 8 defense for equipping it. And that does make him pretty fucking frail when using it, but it's a nice emergency option. You can trade equip it off him if you want to. This will kill basically everything. And it's not going to miss because Tower is almost always at weapon triangle advantage. Any adjacent foes are treated as if they are at weapon triangle disadvantage, no matter what. And this means at one range, Tower is always at weapon triangle advantage. However, he's also applies it for other people. So let's say, you know, Tower stands right here. Suddenly, Ellerie is at weapon triangle advantage against this axe user, right? So you can use it as a skill that helps Tower, but you can also use it as a skill that helps other characters. And that's not even his only skill. He also has stun. This allows him to just stun someone for one turn, and it's mercy because he's a, because he's a Jagan. He can set up a kill for someone or just freeze a problematic enemy. It works as both the Jagan role and just as a powerful unit elimination skill. If you've got a bunch of scary foes and you can't kill them all, you can just stop a target from doing anything. Like, it's basically a delay. Heartseeker who? Heartseeker who, yeah. Tower does also get a promotion. Despite being a promoted unit, he gets another promotion. It's a story promotion. It gives him like plus 10 strength. Oh, plus 10 HP and strength. Someone put it in chat. Plus 10 HP and strength, plus 5 magic defense and res. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous on a unit who already has good growths, right? And it gives him dark magic access, which dark magic is an interesting defensive toolkit. You know, Nosferatu. There's a plus defense one, like you equip it and it boosts your defense. So it makes him into a bit of a tank. Does weapon triangle only apply to weapons on the triangle? No, it applies to everything. Everything. But there's a magic triangle in this too. So light, magic, and anima. But it literally applies to everything. Like, Lindros also gets triangle advantage if, you know, Tower's here, right? Thunder over axes, thunder over lances, you can see. So it's pretty ridiculous. But yeah, Tower's the Jagan. And like all good ROM hack Jagans, he will not fall off. He will not fall off. Am I forgetting anything about Tower? He's good. He's really good, right? But I feel like he's a unit who could potentially have like secret events that I'm just not aware of. The Tower will not be toppled. Archer Gaming. He gets Nos or Ruin for free. Yeah, you can choose. I mean, that's like, but anyone can use them, right? You know, that's like, it's just like a story thing he can get given. He can choose between 2 tomes. But I think that's everything, yeah. I like Stunned, it's not as good as the Freeze Staff. I mean, again, it's a free action. It doesn't consume your Freeze Staff. And I think that's something, you know, to not be shrugged off. But also, you know, the fact it deals damage and helps with mercy, I think it's good for if you're trying to train up. Like, especially Gecko in the early game really appreciates stun. But anyone you're trying to train up likes it, right? But speaking of kind of cool, Gecko! Gecko is here! Gecko is here! This is our trainee unit! She's a villager! You might notice that her stats kind of are ass, but her growths are pretty good. She has solid strength, magic, skill, and speed, phenomenal luck, phenomenal res, and bad defense. And she has Gale Force. Very simple, basically what you see is what you get. This is a trainee, you train her up, she becomes a fast, frail Myrmidon who can hit on both physical or magical resistance, and she gets Gale Force, right? Yeah, trainee unit. You can certainly do worse, but you can certainly do better, and most of them do a lot better. It's a trainee. Like, what do you expect? She has a niche. If you train her up, Gale Force is very useful. You know, in a world where you have four-way dancer Ellerie and regular dancer Oriana, you might think you have plenty of extra actions, but trust me when I say you are going to like every extra action you get. And Gecko gets an extra action for free. She also promotes to Dreadfighter. So the way that Villager and the various trainees work is, I mentioned that the other characters, right? The regular characters all get a story promotion like FF1, but the trainees, they get a regular promotion when they hit level 10 and when they hit level 20. So they function like the trainees in Sacred Stones in that way. They're 3-tiered. Most classes are only 2-tiered, but the trainees are 3-tiered, which means, you know, for training them up, you do get a whole extra set of promotion bonuses. But other than that, you know, that's basically... It's what you expect from trainees, right? Like, you train them up, they get more stats, or you dismiss them because they have low bases. Dreadfighter is a 7 movement class at least. Oh, right! It has more movement than regular infantry because of the second promotion. She gets 1 move on each promo. And, like, her high res means that she's a very effective mage killer, which I know is kind of a meme in vanilla Fire Emblem, but is useful here. Like, being able to just be like, I'll attack this mage and not take damage, it's good. She has a personal weapon, the Frying Pan, and it's pretty good too, you know. 8 might, 50 crit, and it boosts her speed and defense. This is good for training her up, and then because it auto repairs, it's also good once she's trained, you know. She can sort of gamble on mages, she can use the extra speed to double things she wouldn't otherwise. Solid toolkit, held back by the fact that obviously her bases suck. Like, she's a training project. Can tower one-shot mages? He can. I mean, he should be able to, right? At least for the time being. Like, maybe eventually he can't, but I find it unlikely that tower would ever not be able to. The Frying Pan has special animations? I think so. Oh, that wasn't a question. Wait, was it a question? No, it doesn't. It's just a sword. It's just got regular animations. No, it's a sword. It's a PRF sword. Feed her the funny steak right now. She has 5 for her bases. I mean, she has a 105 luck growth, so it's not the worst thing you can do. It definitely helps her get off the ground, but we're not doing that. But we have 2 more units to review. Raylin and her brother, Reiker. And they actually work together very well. They're sort of designed to do so, wouldn't you guess? Raylin and Reiker, they have a B support, which is nice. So they boost each other when they're nearby. And their personal skills complement each other. Reiker is the fast but frail one. He has very little strength, but he will double or quad if he's at 75% HP or higher. So if you're not doubling, then it makes his attacks brave, basically, right? So that's really good as like a damage multiplier. You do have to keep him above 75% HP, however, which is hard to do when you've got literally 0 in both defensive stats and a 5% growth, right? Quote unquote frail. Yeah, he dies to like the wind blowing too hard, right? That is where Raylin comes in, because she has Amaterasu. She can heal people up and basically keep Reiker above the 75% threshold and keep him actually dealing damage. It's kind of hard to talk about them outside of a pair, You can, obviously, like, use just one or the other. And, like, in that case, Reiker is definitely worse because he is just a Cavalier. But a Cavalier with, like, an interesting gimmick, at least. The main issue is Reiker depends on his weapons. Yeah, and his rank's not great, and his strength's not great either. But, hey, making high-power weapons quad is nice, and he's a Cavalier. So he doesn't have to deal with, like, the low movement problem. He's a really viable solo unit. I mean, once he... Oh, you say Raylin. Yeah, Raylin, I think, soars without her brother, but Reiker relies on Raylin, right? He will frequently quad things, though, because he has a high speed growth and he has that brave skill, which is pretty cool. Not much more to say about him. Just put a good weapon on him, watch him quad stuff, or use him as a rescue dropper, right? He only has 8 con, so he can rescue drop a lot of things. That's pretty good, too. That's pretty good, too. And then Raylin is your first flyer. As expected, as a flyer, you know, her stats are worse than infantry, but not that much worse. I think they're more salvageable. I already see somebody recommending Mage Flyer for her, and I think that's probably the direction to take her. Hitting on res with a higher magic growth and magical swords. You know, the downside is, much like Reiker using strong weapons, that can be expensive. Raylin using magical weapons can be a bit expensive too. But, I think it's worth it. I think just having a flyer do flyer stuff. She's fast, she's frail, though not as frail as her brother. She can rescue drop even better because she's a flyer. She can Amaterasu people, whether that be her brother or just others, that's always nice. And then she has swap. So even if you're just using her as like a utility flyer, swap plus rescuing plus Amaterasu, I think justifies her for a while. And then as a combat unit, if you get lucky or don't get unlucky, she's a solid magical flyer. Boosted by her brother as well, you know, supports. The dagger she starts with and Amaterasu for chip AoE is genuinely useful in 0%. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. This isn't a personal, but it starts on her and it sort of tells you, like, you know, use it on her because her strength isn't great. But she'll double stuff because she's fast. And she doesn't get countered, which is nice because she's frail. Yeah, that's kind of all I have to say about her. I don't know, did I miss anything? I think the siblings are like... They are similar to Pomelo, oftentimes early ditched, with more exciting and stronger characters. But as early mounts, you know, obviously in a LTC context, they're valuable. But I would say even in a casual context, they're pretty self-explanatory. Yeah. You know, Pegasus good, Cav good, but worse than Pegasus. And their gimmicks sort of back that up. I think Raylin's gimmicks are better than Reiker's only gimmick. I said most characters... I guess this is the other thing about Reiker. Like, most characters have multiple gimmicks, and he really only has one, which is unfortunate for him. It's a good one. Like, I like being brave, but it's, you know, it's what it is. I think Raylin's the best flyer in the game, personally. I can see that. You know, there's others. I can see the argument. I mean, Oriana, right? Like, if I wanted to be a pedantic asshole, Oriana's the best flyer in the game. But, you know, not counting Oriana. Yeah. But, I can see that. The flyers do have it rough. I mean, like I said, mounted units get sort of the mount nerf. Dune is better than Raylin. Dune is interesting. I'll talk about her when we get to her, but Dune is interesting. But yeah. Pretty cool duo. I definitely prefer the flyer because I'm a fucking elitist. Speaking of awesome, we got a new unit. Yvette, the archer. Surprisingly bulky archer. Oh wait, no, mine just got defense blessed. This is the strength archer, high strength archer, 60% strength growth, 35 speed, so like not great, but you make up for it with quick rain, which is a guaranteed doubling skill, but it sets your hit to 70. It's always 70, it's not like 70% of what you had. So you can, in theory, use this to raise your accuracy if you're using like a really inaccurate weapon. But yeah, it's, you know, it's mostly used for doubling to make up for the bad speed, right? 35 speed. She's in that Lindros Mince range of things. Archers are good, bows are good, shooting down wyverns, shooting down pegasuses, like, you know, we like effective damage against flyers in this. Oh, she has huge HP, right. So that's where her bulk comes from, is her HP more than anything. And she can potentially use that to enemy phase with the crocodile, which is a brave 1-2 range crossbow, although I'd much rather use this on player phase, because it gives her an extra action, and unlike Gale Force and the other extra action skills, it's not limited to 1 per turn. You can use it as many times as you want, but each time you kill, each time you Gale Force with it, you lose 2 points of movement. Yvette's so satisfying to pull off, like, big turns with, by using the crocodile to just pow, 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 bring down a bunch of people. Also, even without the crocodile, you know, bow's good moment. This is not, like, as player phase emphasis as Hag is, but this is still a game where you don't get, like, that many bulky units, so you want to try to focus on attacking uncountered when possible, and then, of course, effective damage against flyers is always appreciated, right? I think the main awesome thing, though, is Crocodile. I basically never use Quick Draw, or Quick Rain. I think that, especially on, like, 1RN mode, it's way too unreliable. But it's funny when you're like, oh, Yvette has less than 70 hit. Well, I can fix that. Just an archer with big strength. She can automatically double with her big strength, too. Yeah, being able to force the auto double is nice. 70 hit is yucky, though. I tend to think of it as less you're doubling, and more you might double, because there's a 70% chance you double. I think with 70 hit, you're probably going to hit at least one, but it's unlikely to hit both of them. 2-5 with the Titan bow, yeah. Like it's something, all right. The main appeal is Crocodile, but this is like, I mean, you'll see as we're going through this, but this is just, it's a great way to rack up extra actions. Losing the movement, if you can plan around it, doesn't matter as much as you might think. Also worth noting, right? There's a ballista on this map. There's quite a few maps where Yvette will have access to ballistas. You can use the crocodile and ballista in a fun way, where you crocodile while standing on the ballista, get an extra turn, and then load yourself into the ballista and attack someone with the ballista. Also, the ballista is just good even if you're not doing that. Ballistas can move in this game. It's like FE7. Those style of ballista, right? Where they move around, you load and unload them. Or FE8 also does that. And like, if you are... She's obviously not the only unit who can use ballistas, but she is one of them, right? And she's, I think, because Mince can't. Unless I might be confused. I think you have to be an archer. It could be any grounded bow user, though. Because I know that's how it works in 3 houses. You have to pay for the future ballistas. Yeah, but if you're using Yvette, you probably pay for them anyway. Being able to use Crocodile into ballistas, cool. Yeah, it's always satisfying when you can pull it off. And since you can move the ballista around, you can, like, move to here, Crocodile this guy, then get in the ballista and launch it or whatever. You have to be a human archer, so John Archer can't do it. That's racist against Johns. That's racism against Johns. Can we cancel Reveillon for anti-John racism? Let's talk about Telon. Probably my favorite unit in this. He's like, what if Rutger was a lance wielder? Like, he is a Myrmidon. He's just the edgy Myrmidon. You know, Joshua Guy, I think, actually is probably the best comparison, because he wants to be the strong one, right? he automatically gets his vision condition to start. But his ability, Inner Power, he can, on player phase, activate to gain 50 hit and crit for 3 turns, which is what vision is, and give himself a full heal. Which is awesome. Like, it basically just lets himself be self-sufficient in terms of healers. In terms of heals. And he kind of needs it because he's frail, right? Like, he's a Myrmidon. He's just a lance-wielding Myrmidon. But hey, 60% speed, 40 strength is alright. Like, very much guy-coded, but he'll double stuff and, you know, he crits. He doubles stuff and then you fish for crits, which is the fun part about him. The good part about him, the part that I think is actually the strongest, is Fair Fight, his personal weapon. This applies the weakened status, that staff that we purchased in the last map. And so it makes an enemy basically worthless, minus 10 attack for 1 turn. And it has Gale Force, like it gives you Gale Force. It's an auto repair. Killer Lance Telon is useful. Yeah, with killers, he can reliably reach like 100% crit. His promotion gives him sword access too, sort of further leaning into the it's a Myrmidon moment. So yes, you know, the fun aspect, which I do think the self-healing is useful. The crits are also like, if you use a killer weapon, they're reliable. If you don't, you fish for him. If you have him enemy phasing, which again, difficult to do with his defense stat, but you can hand him the, whatchamacallit, the Lindros item, the Sanctuary. Then having crit is nice because he can just sort of be like, you know, maybe I'll get it, maybe I won't. The part that I think is genuinely really good is just 2 to 3 range weaken, is good. And it doesn't double, so you do always get 4 uses of it. Although, you can only Gale Force 3 times because of that, like, you know, the glitch or whatever. Curved weapons too, yeah, with the extra triangle. Yeah, there's some good stuff you can do. He's definitely not, like, a super strong unit. I say he's my favorite unit in the hack. You know, he's not Marcus. You know, it's like, it's Ross, right? The unit who you use and he's fun, but he's not good. I think he's alright. I don't think Ross is like the best comparison because I do think Ross is pretty bad, but just sort of the idea of, I love him, but I think part of loving someone is recognizing their flaws, and he does have them. Fast though, right? He'll double. That's good. And it's not like his strength is terrible, but 40% is not where you want to be. Like he does very much just want those crits. And we can unit review her. So this is Chalice. I think Chalice is pretty darn good. She is a staff bot as a shaman. She can't use dark magic, you know, despite looking like it. Although on promotion she gets it. But honestly, I think she should basically just always be staff bot out of 10. She gives enemies within 5 tiles, or within 3 tiles, half defense and resistance, which is a huge bit of utility. Like it helps your units secure kills against otherwise very, very bulky foes. And then I say she should be staff bot out of 10. She does have a personal staff, the Harm Staff, which, I mean, it's an attacking thing, right? Plus 10 to her magic, so functionally it's a 10 might tome that also gives her plus 5 staff range and just plus 10 to staffing. She's probably the best staffer in the game. Like, she's not just another healer. She is a warper. Well, warp is infinite, but rescuer at long range. She can use things like weaken. I think she's the best staffer in the game. Like, she can use all of the powerful staffs, and then she also, like, can kind of take a hit or attack someone at 3 range with harm. Power Staff Girl. There is Power Staff Girl too, right? I mean, when you get her, Power Staff Girl is awesome. It's just, it's the Wisp problem, right? Where units not around for as much of the game as you would like. But when she's around, she's good. I think Chalice is probably the better staffer because Nerysa doesn't have the greatest magic stat. But Nerysa, you know, Power Staff is not to be slept on. You know, we'll talk about that when we get to it. But, you know, Chalice, very, very simple, just a staffer. Eventually gets dark magic, I guess. But, like, the dark magic feels more like... The dark magic honestly feels more like a flavor thing than anything at her promotion. Like, you promote her for the extra stats. Chalice's main issue is the lack of movement utility. She needs help to move around the map. Yeah, that is, like, most units either have a mount or a movement skill. Chalice does not. So she does need assistance, but with 23 base magic, functionally 23 base magic, and a 60% growth, and the ability to, you know, up her cap by 10, I think oftentimes she doesn't need to be on the front lines. You know, there's sometimes when it's unfortunate, but she'll just have long range with stuff like rescue and whatnot. And if you commit units to bringing her to the front lines on maps where you want her that to happen, she can then pay you back by rescuing people forward or, you know, helping out in other sorts of ways. Physically bulking healer is fun. Yeah, I mean, she's sort of like, I mean, better than Reiker in terms of the physical bulk. I wouldn't call her like a tank, but 10 base defense and 45 magic or 45 growth is pretty good. And again, this skill, like, it helps you stealthily. Having enemy defense and resistance when they're nearby her is, again, this is the one that you do need to get her to the front line for. But I don't know, I think it's worth it. Yeah, I think it's worth it. Am I missing anything when it comes to Chalice? She feels pretty straightforward as just a very good utility unit. You get Shell and Fortress access on promo. Oh, true, to help her get even more defensive if you want. Although I do just prefer the extra magic for staff botting, right? She can attack without needing harm charges. Yeah, if you need her to. She's the only unit I would give the S-rank staff. What does the S-rank staff do again? I forget. I don't remember all the staffs. There are attacking staffs aside from harm. We saw one earlier, the Skull Bash. But staff-locked units can do combat in this. Like, there are, aside from the personal staffs, other attacking staffs. It's just a really strong magical attack. Okay, so it's the attacking S-rank staff. Gotcha. But yeah, I really like Chalice. Like, I think she's one of the better, I mean, I said she's the best staff bot in the game, right? Which, you know, there's competition. I don't think it's unreasonable for people to think the other two, Murky and Nerysa, are sort of the other two primary staff bots, are better. But I personally like Chalice the best of them. It's like 50 might 100 crit or something ridiculous. That's funny. That is funny. Oh, I should probably do a Vermillion unit review, shouldn't I? Because Vermillion's a very fucking silly unit, right? I mean, he's a chicken, right? 0 strength, 0 magic, but he doesn't have to stay that way, because Feathery Fury boosts his strength and magic for the chapter whenever he attacks with it, right? Up to a cap of 5, but, you know, it is what it is. Still, you would think, oh, this looks pretty awful. His growths don't really make up for that either. His only really phenomenal growth is speed and luck. 40 strength and magic is not terrible, but not where you want to be. Buck, yeah. He does have a few skills that make it so he's useful even without leveling his strength. Evasion, you know, it makes him bulkier, basically. Reduce enemy attack at 2 range by 75%. So if it lets him basically use the Feathery Fury in a way that is, you know, without dying to 2 range enemies. And I believe this is Poison Strike, right? Yeah. It just chip damage, right? 33% though, so that's a lot. The main appeal is Astral Strike. This is his infinite durability PRF. That is an automatic Astra. And it's 7 might too, right? So with the crit rate and the attacking 7 times, you stack up Feathery Fury, you start Astroing things. Vermillion can be a pretty efficient delete button. Even without critting, he can oftentimes kill things with the 7 might Astra. Plus 5 or 4 or 3 or whatever you've gotten with Feathery Fury. But with the crit rate, it becomes like, oh, I've got 5 chances at a 25% crit. I'll take those odds, right? Unfortunately very frail, like 13 HP and not going up anytime soon. So, on counter, he gets fucking obliterated. Again, unless it's at 2 range. But yeah, just sort of Astra Strike on a unit. He can also use monster weapons. There are some monster weapons that you'll get later. But Vermillion's basically Astral Strike the unit. What does PRF stand for? Preferred weapon. Although I call them personal weapons, or just PRFs, but PRF stands for preferred weapon. Which is weird because, you know, it's not preferred, it's literally only they're allowed to use it, right? Proficiency? No, because proficiency is another word for the weapon rank in older games, your weapon proficiency. I figured it's just a word that would stand for, it would be, yeah. No, it is preferred, like that is what it stands for. It's just, it's an interesting word for them to use. Vermillion does have some secret events associated with him as well. Basically killing other chickens powers him up. He gets like promotions that give him, what is it, 2 strength or something? I think it's 2 strength. And that's a way to sort of like power up his Astral Strike that way. And then there's a chicken triangle attack that you can use to like sort of guarantee crits with the chickens. The chicken goes to 2 strength and HP. Okay, HP as well. Because I know the strength is the big thing. The HP doesn't really do anything. But I know it's like an underwhelming level up until you remember like, oh, it's functionally 10 strength, not 2. Right? So pretty good if you like keep at getting him up. Also, he's got 10 movement, so he can just fly around, because he gets flight during his final promotion. So he can just fly around and delete things. Very good with the Plucker's Gift, since he's gonna die to everything anyway. Might as well just, like, give him the extra movement, right? And then on his final promotion, through, like, doing a side quest with all the chickens and whatnot, you have like a chicken fight, he promotes to like a sort of spectral chickeny thing, and he gives the other chickens his skills, right? He gives the other chickens his evasion skill, I think? Oh, I'm missing something about, because you do the chicken event, there's 2 other chickens, because Joe, the archer chicken doesn't count. He gives Miracle to them. Right, he gives Miracle to them. And ROM hack Miracle is guaranteed as long as you're above 1 HP. Or above half HP. So ROM hack Miracle is really good. Vermillion gets Miracle through one of the promotions too. I think it's the last one. I think all 3 of them get Miracle, but I might be wrong. I think Vermillion's quite good. Like, obviously he's the meme unit, and a lot of people use him because chickens are memes, but he's got a lot of use cases. He can just sort of serve as a fucking instant delete missile, as long as you are careful to keep him out of enemy range. Or, you know, make use of evasion and Miracle and stuff. And, like, Poison Strike's also cool. But yeah, I like Vermillion. I like him quite a bit. Am I missing anything else? I feel like Vermillion's one of those units that it's very possible there's other secrets I just, you know, didn't know about. I encountered the chicken duels by accident because I thought it would be funnier to do a cockfight. And surprise, it actually gave something. But unless someone speaks up, I'm going to assume I'm not forgetting anything. Keeping him out of range seems 10. Only 10 move and Canto Plus. Oh, right, he has Canto Plus as well. He's not the greatest unit unless you use him to defeat Iosaf. I did in my first playthrough. Iosaf unit review. Iosaf unit review. Right, before we go ahead on Iosaf. Iosaf seems pretty bad, not gonna lie. But they are... first off, they're non-binary Cyclops, so everyone loves that. But they're also kind of Swordmaster coded, right? Similar to Telon, in that it's an axe unit now that's Swordmaster coded. Also trying to be the best, so kind of a take on the Giuseppe, the guy, type character arc leaning into Myrmidon-y. But you see, like, you know, not much bulk. I mean, 135% HP growth on 40 HP is something. Like, that is something worth writing home about. It's kind of like the Reiker thing, where you just got a good HP stat, I guess. But yeah, their strength is bad, their speed is good, their luck is good, like very Myrmidon coded. Assassinate is, if you've seen Hag, it's like a little bit weaker than that, but it lets you, it's basically Alacrity. Whenever you're doubling, you hit before the enemy counter. Really good mage growths. Oh, true! Well, they do get bows on promotion, which, there's magical bows, right? Like, that's something, I guess. And then Waylay is the big one. Like, plus 6 attack if you're on a terrain tile is actually kind of a huge swing. It's almost as much as drop attack from Pomelo, the 8 from drop attack, with a, I would argue, easier to fulfill condition, since Iosaf has the Rock Stock. It is a 3 to 7 range, 13 might, Gale Force granted, or not Gale Force, like just always an extra action, right? So like that's something they can do as well. They have cool gimmicks. I used them in my second playthrough, and like they were useful, but they always kind of felt like the least useful unit on my team, and I was using Whipjack in that playthrough, so that should tell you something. But like, you know, I see the vision. You stand on terrain, you get extra attack, and then you use the Rock Stock. That's functionally a 19 might weapon. Add a Siege Tome, get you an extra action. I love this character, but they're so ass. I do think they're one of the weaker units in the cast. 30 weight on a doubling oriented unit hurts. Well, no, because you don't want to double with the Rock Stock. It's only got 3 durability, and it gives you an extra action. You actually don't want to double with the Rock Stock. If you're doubling with the Rock Stock, first off, you're probably hacking the game. But second off is you lose 2 durability in what is a 3 durability weapon, right? Like it's like a Siege Tome, right? It's 3 to 7 range. I don't think you would say like, oh, you know, bolting is bad because Lou can't double with it and he's a fast mage. Like, you know, Siege Tomes traditionally can't double. And I think in this case, it's good to not double because you get 3 extra actions per map instead of 2, where if you doubled, you would waste a durability. So, also it's a rock, right? Of course it's 30 weight. But yeah, otherwise they're like a Swordmaster. Do they get a crit bonus on promotion? I don't think they do. They get bows, which is cool. You know, warrior coded. Are they the only warrior? Oh, betrayer. The betrayer, right. The betrayer exists. But yeah. I like them. I just wish they were better. I just wish they were better. Like, I like them as a character. And honestly, the unit build is cool. It just ends up not, like, being not... It's not as good as you want it to be, even if you can see the vision and, like, it all comes together. But boy, are they fun. 11 attack power. Yeah, well, they're holding a 3 might weapon, in fairness. Pick fights you can win. You can say eat rock when you use it. True! That's the most important element, is the ability to say eat rock. See, like with an actual weapon, they're 1-rounding, right? 16 attack. That's still bad. It's still kind of bad. But, you know, they're 1-rounding at least, because they're fast. They double stuff. So I guess we'll jump into unit reviews. Krynia is a recruit. She is the 2nd trainee of the game. And so her promotions work under the same rules we explained with Gecko, where she promotes at level 10 and at level 20. So she gets 2 separate promotions, and since they are not tied to the pay raise, she usually gets the first promotion, if you're using her, before everyone else, right? Which is nice. Of course, you know, the downside is she starts out as a, you know, a lower level, a lower stats, lower all that. Not as low as Gecko, which is nice. And she has a skill that actually boosts her damage. Instead of Gale Force, she gets Tenacious. She adds 25% of the foe's max HP when she's attacking. And if she's defending, if it's on enemy phase, right, she reduces the damage dealt to her by 25%. That's pretty huge. This is probably one of the units carried the most by their skill. I would argue, I mean, her skill certainly helps with training her more than Gecko's does. Gecko's skill is like, it's a payoff. If you do train her, you can, you know, use Gale Force to help train her. But Krynia, her skill lets her like, oh, you actually deal like good damage despite being 6 strength, right? By the way, these are her growths, right? Like, very lopsided trainee growths, but they are trainee growths. She'll get strength and skill every level up, and HP. And then she's unlikely to get anything else except for maybe defense and luck. I think the thing that carries her the most is not her personal skill, but her personal weapon. In Chapter 10, she gets access to basically like Dragon Breath. I forget what it's called, but it gives her a stat bonus. She's force deployed in Chapter 10 as a dragon permanently. But she gets access to a weapon after that lets her basically use the dragon bonuses for 4 rounds of combat. And those stat bonuses are pretty ridiculous. Brave Lance gets 50% of the enemy HP as extra damage in player phase. Yeah, this skill does definitely very much synergize with Brave Weapons. Or just doubling, right? Like, if obviously she's in that speed tier alongside Mince, Lindros, you know, everyone we've talked about so far, where it's like, yeah, it's fine. But you're not going to be doubling as much as you would like. She does at the very least have more levels to grow than most people. Well, I mean, I guess technically the others, you know, they have more levels to grow because they start at level 1. But as a recruit, you know, she's sort of the trainee. But I don't think she's going to double that frequently to get Tenacious to activate twice. And so instead, Brave Weapons are probably the way you do that. I like Krynia. I think she is probably the best of the trainees. But like, not by a huge amount. I think Gecko has positive attributes to her as well. It's Foxberry's the one that is unfortunate, and it's just because of her join time, to be honest. But yeah, I like Krynia. Am I missing? So, because she's another very plot-relevant character, so I feel like I might be missing something. I used her long-term in my second playthrough. But I didn't find any other story events, or at least I can't remember any. So I just want to make sure, am I forgetting anything about Krynia for the unit review? Other than just like, big berserker stats, right? With the 105 strength growth. There's none. Yeah, which is weird. She's a story relevant character. Like, she retreats instead of dying. And she's like, very story relevant in Act 1, and then fairly story relevant in Act 3. She's not really relevant to Act 2, but that's okay. But, yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good. I think she's the trainee that sells herself to non-trainee fans because she's the most competent at base, thanks to Tenacious. If you don't like trainees, you might end up liking Krynia because of her skill, but you still might not because she is ultimately still a trainee. Not Iosaf. Rohesia next. Rohesia is a zealot archetype. Rohesia is basically, we heard you liked one Jagan, but what about second Jagan? Pippin Took, Lord of the Rings. She's a sword saint. This is a sword mastery, sword saint master thing. These are her growths. It's what you expect from a sword master. Except for that everything's fucking broken and bonkers. Like, her speed and skill are the highest, but it's not like she doesn't have good strength and defense. These are phenomenal growths. But she's a level 14 promoted unit, which means she gains experience as if she was level 17. And to compare to the rest of my army, that's gonna be a lot slower. I think there's only one unit she gains more than 1 experience on, and that's this guy who's level 30. She'll get a full level from killing him. Otherwise she gains like 1 experience per kill or something ridiculous like that, right? Now you might think like that's pretty bad because 80% strength growth on a 10 base. Like, yeah, her growths are quite good, but only speed and skill are good in terms of bases. But she has Decapitation, which is an auto crit skill on initiation. She also has S-rank swords at base, which is pretty awesome. It means she can use, well, any sword you want. And she starts out with the Fancy Stabber, which is a very good sword. Not great for her because it can't crit, but it's a 1-2 range sword that gives Canto Plus, and it's B rank. The only other character in our army that currently has B rank swords is Oriana, and no one else is close. You know, Gecko has D, and we used her, you know, despite it being 0 growths. So, the Fancy Stabber, yeah, S-rank sword is only after Chapter 7, so Rohesia can grab that early, too. The Fancy Stabber, the S-rank sword we get in Chapter 7, any high-rank sword, right? They're gonna be good for her, and they're gonna be confined to her and Oriana for the most part. I mean, the S-rank sword isn't even confined to her and Oriana, it's just her. With the auto crit, this also means that she can kill anyone on player phase, and with 10 defense, even though she's not killing stuff on player phase or on enemy phase, she'll live. Like 31 HP and 10 defense is quite bulky for this point in the game. I like Rohesia a lot. Rohesia has an event. What is Rohesia's event? Because I've never used her long term. I use her always short term, and it's not even because I think she's bad, it's because the other characters are more fun. I usually ditch her for someone more gimmicky, like Whipjack. I stayed up late to watch gameplay of my favorite hack, Based, although don't stay up too late. It's a joke event. In the last event, she has her talk with a disciple. Oh, on the last map? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. What does it do for her? I think by then she will definitely have fallen off, because she is, you know, I made the joke, you know, but what about second Jagan? But she is kind of a Jagan. Like, she will fall off. Eventually, others start getting kills, and her auto crit is less impressive because of that. She promotes to obtain bonkers promo bonuses. We might actually just do that for funnies, on the final map, you know? But yeah, oh, also worth noting, she's got 7 move. So this is more than most infantry. If we look at, like, the rest of our infantry, right? They're on 6 move. Or 5 if they're unpromoted. And she has 7. So she's sort of in that, like, hybrid infantry cavalier stage of things, which is pretty cool. But yeah, Rohesia, Rohesia good. Silverblade compensates for her low strength. Oh, true, because she doesn't need to double because she just fucking crits everything. But also, she doubles anyway because 22 goddamn speed. And it's possible, it's not only possible, it's more likely than not that she gains 2 speed and skill on promo. Pretty baller. And then on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have Marlow. Marlow is... I think he's probably the worst early game unit. He's on a horse, so he has that going for him. And like, you know, obviously being on a horse means your stats are worse. His growths are fucking abysmal, right? Like, look at this shit. Not a single one over 50% other than HP. He's a horse mage. He's the horse mage. I think part of it is also he's competing with fucking Lindros for tomes because he's also an anima user. So that feels bad. And his gimmick is a lot worse than Lindros, in my opinion. So he has, basically, if you've played Dungeons and Dragons, he has, like, kind of wild magic. So Wild Surge gives him... all enemies within 2 tiles of him, whenever he attacks, get negative status effects. Those are random, so it could be like something like silence on a warrior, which does nothing. It could be sleep or freeze. It could be, you know, a variety of things, right? And then enemies with statuses within 2 tiles of him lose 20 hit, and they give life drain to whoever attacks them. Which is counter-synergistic with Canto Plus. Like, part of the cool thing about being on a horse, right, is you get Canto Plus. But then he can attack with Wild Surge, give people status, but if he moves away from them, then you don't get the Wild Drain effects. I also just don't think Wild Surge is particularly, like, thrilling on its own. Because of the RNG aspect of things. You know, Edward is widely considered the worst character in Final Fantasy IV. And that's his gimmick, is giving random statuses. Marlow is just underwhelming in my opinion. Less base magic than Lindros with a fucking 40% growth. He has worse skill, doesn't hit shit with Brave Tomes without auto grip. Yeah, he can't even really use Brave Tomes to make up for it. He has better speed, I guess. Cool. Cool story, bro. 0 times 2. I mean, it's not actually 0 times 2, but, you know. His base stats are okay. He has 11 speed. Yeah, I mean, 11 speed it's above many of our characters, right? Well, I picked the 2 fast ones as an example, and that's not really fair. But, you know, looking at the rest of our cast, right? 11 speed it's above a lot of our people. But also we're playing on 0 growths, right? Like, I don't think it would be actually... Oh, Marlow gives the Wide Water event. Yeah, but that's unrelated to him as a character, because that's in a Gaiden, right? Interlude. I honestly think, like, I like the design of this hack in terms of making the horse units worse off than infantry. And I don't even necessarily think Marlow needs to be buffed. But he just feels bad to me because the infantry mage you get doesn't have problems in making cavalry movement, right? He's coin flips, man. He's coin flips. He's like unfair coin flips, man. You know, unfair flips. He needs to stay alive for that. Yeah, but like, you know, I think everyone wants to stay alive. I don't know. I don't give units credit for what they do in interludes, personally. I tried to use him in Misery. He needed auto grip for Brave to do huge damage. We will probably be making use of him in this run. Like, that's the unfortunate thing is we'll probably be making use of him just because you know, he exists. We're going to be making use of almost everyone. I mean, we're making use of Iosaf here. Am I missing any secret events for Marlow that anyone knows about? Or is he just, you know, mage on a horse? I almost feel like his skills basically don't fucking exist. Like, I think that's part of why I just find him underwhelming, is the way I look at things is as if his skills just don't fucking exist. You can gamble for Petrify. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're a fan of gambling, this is the unit for you. Because he is gamble maxing. I think that conceptually, this very much feels like a D&D character, right? With the wild magic. And I love that. Cool in concept, poor in practice. That's how I feel. But honestly, that's fine. Because it's still fun to use, right? Like, I'm being very negative about him, but I want to be clear. I don't think it's bad design. Sometimes bad units are good design, and I do think Marlow is a good design for a unit. I think he's incredibly fun to use for the people who want that type of effect. I'm not one of the people who likes that type of effect, and two, I don't think that type of effect is particularly strong. And fun and strong do not have to be synonymous. I think he is fun for a certain audience, and I think that's great. We're mostly going to be using him as just a horse mage. And we should unit review Whipjack. Probably one of the more underwhelming characters in the game, but sort of a reminder that being underwhelming doesn't make you, you know, compared to the rest of Fire Emblem, this is a very strong cast. So he is the big strength guy, 60% strength growth, and unlike Rohesia, he's, you know, actually a low enough level to gain experience. 40% speed's not where you want to be, not terrible. Everything else is kind of just like meh. But he can tank using Nosferatu, kind of. So Corpse Drinker lowers his defense and resistance, which is already not great, but it gives him the Nos effect, and it's a 14 might, 65 crit weapon. It's honestly kind of just pretty cool on player phase. It's a nice way to let him, like, recover, and then you can equip something else, or if he has it on enemy phase, he can, like, you know, Nos on enemy phase so long as the minus defense res doesn't make him die. A Nos weapon that lowers your defense and res, lol. He also just hits really hard. He adds 25% of his HP to damage, which is like just the worst version of Krynia's skill. But like, he exists. He'll hit hard and sometimes he'll regain health from that. He's sort of a favorite of mine, but he's not very good. You know, pick a bad unit and love him. My Whipjack in my second playthrough was like just MVP. Very, very basic unit. Probably wasn't actually MVP, but I just favored him so much. Because his animations are funny. He has the little floppy sword animations. But yeah, that's Whipjack. He can have -7 res. I actually don't think stats go negative here, but I might be wrong. Maybe chat can correct me, but unless chat corrects me, I'm just going to assume you can't go negative. But yeah, Whipjack do be like that. Like, he's just a guy. He's just a guy who punches people. I think I like him because the mug. It's a great mug. Yeah, that's basically all there is to him, though. Unless I'm missing something. Fun unit? Not necessarily a particularly good one. But now it's time for Funky Francisca. So Francisca is a wyvern. She's our second flyer, our first wyvern. I believe the only wyvern? I might be forgetting someone, but I think she's the only wyvern. She gets flyer penalty in terms of stats. sort of the strength focused, you know, low speed, okay strength. And she has a couple of interesting skills. Smite on a flyer means that you can, you know, Smite on a flyer means that she's actually the only flyer that can shove people, and she shoves them 2 tiles, which is useful for moving around other flyers, comparable to like Raylin with Swap, right? And Collision adds 10 defense and res, and the weaken stat, as long as she moves 5 or more tiles. So she wants to be zooming around, sort of help protect herself, because her, you know, her defensive stats are not great. But if she does that, her defensive stats become actually pretty okay. I mean, at this point in the game, 19 defense is very good for us. She also has a personal weapon that's 1-2 range and has the Luna effect, which is pretty awesome. Like, it's 15 might, too. This basically kills anything. I think she's very good. Flyer, obviously good. The stats, they could be better. Like, they certainly could be better, but I think they're honestly good enough, especially with her toolkit. She can survive a counter on player phase in 0%. Her perf is named after her. Yeah. I keep calling her Francesca because I'm praying Bravely Default and the funky Francesca is a boat there. But Francisca's awesome. Like, you know, Wyvern good. Stats, they could be better, but being a flyer is more, I give more leniency to flyers, right? And Canto Plus, she can sort of Canto into position to be able to make use of her collision skill. Perhaps she's named after the axe, or the axe is named after her. Yeah. I think this unit's just very good. I really like her. And I'm sad that I missed her on the first playthrough, but she was a god on my second playthrough. Siegbert reference. She's actually a type of throwing axe. Am I missing anything in terms of her that is relevant? Or are we, It's a type of throwing axe, that's what the boat's named after. Gotcha. Yeah, but I think that's it. Like, she's got a lot going on in terms of even later on in 0% when her stats fall off, she'll probably just be good as a smiter. But like, just to give an example, like, look at that, right? Look at that gaming right there. Lots of damage on a big guy. I mean, I guess it's not a great example because 0 defense, but like, look at that, right? Okay, maybe it doesn't kill everything, but it comes close. Why do pirates use axes in RPGs? Don't know, actually. Because that's the thing in Fire Emblem, too. And like, Francisca's a pirate. She's a sky pirate. It's funny because like, she can see pretty well, too, despite the eye patch. I don't know, I like her. I think she's pretty good. Alright, we have Acielle here. So, Acielle is Ophelia Dusk, that's her personality. As a unit, she's definitely different. She is the low magic, high speed mage. To sort of counterpart to, Lindros' high magic, low speed. Light magic itself has some interesting tools. We just got Cherish last chapter. But light magic is a desirable weapon type, and Acielle is your first light mage, although she won't be the last. And she has the summon ability, Logmancy, which is sort of her gimmick, is summoning a disposable log, right? However, unlike something like the Sacred Stones, first off, summon allows Canto, right? But unlike the Sacred Stones, where the summons are like 1 HP chumps, Justice does stuff. He's got 34 HP, right? So he actually exists. And he gives Acielle infinite speed when she's within 3 range of him, which is pretty cool. Like, Acielle, I think, it doesn't need assistance doubling in normal play, except against, like, Swordmasters and other fast units. But in this, it means that she'll never, her speed at least, will never fall off, right? And that can really help her. Also, Obliterate, the guaranteed crit, but targets defense. Just another one of Light's interesting tools. Pretty good. Justice also just has okay stats. He has growths, but like, why? And then Justice gets reposition and Canto Plus. Like, this is part of Acielle. I don't think Justice gets evaluated as a separate unit, but the fact that Justice is not only infinitely reusable, basically plays on fucking Phoenix mode, but also repositions Acielle and boosts Acelle's speed, makes it a really useful part of her toolkit. In Misery, it's useful. Well, these unit reviews are not for Misery mode, because Misery mode isn't the intended way to play, right? Like, but yeah, it is good to just, like, guarantee she can double. I guess it helps against, like, Speed Screw as well, right? If you fail the coin flips. Because I say she's the fast mage, and she does have the fast mage growth, but it's still only 50%. So being able to sort of overcome that weakness, I tend to prefer Lindros, I know, predictable, but I like having the extra damage and being able to just, like, throw a Brave Tome on, or even just hit for big damage, whether it's with a Brave Tome or not. But, you know, Acielle is also useful, and access to light magic, I think, is... I mean, every weapon type has some awesome tools. He has Luna on his weapon. Oh, Justice? No, but it's uncounterable. I mean, I guess we'll see, right? 22 attack. Will this be 22 damage? No. So no Luna, but uncounterable, which is nice. The log is stuck like a magnet. Not necessarily. Like, one of the advantages of Acielle having a good speed stat and not needing Justice is you can have them spread out from each other. You don't have to take advantage of Justice boosting Acielle in all situations. Like, sometimes you're gonna want it if Acelle's having trouble doubling, but look at all these units. She doubles the majority of units on this map without Justice's help, right? I haven't seen a single unit she doesn't double yet. This one. The dragon. She doesn't double this dragon. But, like, you know, that's sort of the point, is that Acielle can double people without Justice's help. Good speed, 4 con. 3 con, actually. But she uses tomes, right? So, like, yeah, she loses a little bit of speed with this, like, 5-weight tome or whatever. She loses nothing with lightning. Like, the low con isn't as big a deal in this game on mages as you would expect. It's not like Tellius, right? Where they'd be like, this book weighs 10 pounds. They're not carrying around dictionaries. The Mage Dragon is the last enemy Acielle would want to fight. Well, in fairness, Obliterate hits on defense, right? So she can be an anti-mage mage, which is kind of cool. Like, I think Acielle's good. I think Acielle's quite good. It's just a matter of, so is everyone? So the question is, how good compared to others? And fighting over the role of not only mage, but light weapons with, like, Qiulan. So, you know, it depends. It depends on where you're at. But Acielle has stuff going for her. And she's got a personality that a lot of people gravitate towards. Oh, right, I forgot Qiulan joins as well. Bard time. Okay, so Qiulan is the first truly complicated unit in the run. She has, so let's look at her abilities, right? These are all 0 might weapons. These weapons, and if it gives her, it allows her to buff adjacent allies if she is currently in active mode. active mode is, and this is tied to her personal skill, War Ballad. Adjacent allies gain, passively adjacent allies will gain 5 damage and 50 hit at all times. So it's like a super inspiration. And then the active mode is if she's active, it does the buff. And you recharge active by attacking when she's not active. So basically every 3 attacks, you get an active buff. And you can do that with regular light magic, or you can do it by attacking with these. But they do still count towards active, but you usually want to preserve these because the activeness, like buffing people with the active is good. She also just has Breath of Life, where she heals allies whenever she attacks. So that's pretty good. She is the final boss of Oriana route, so, you know, availability gets knocked by, you know, 1 chapter when she becomes a bad guy, but still absolutely worth using. Like, very busted support unit. Growths are all coin flips, by the way. Like, the relevant growths, because her strength doesn't matter. And she is a trainee! Technically speaking, she is a trainee. And she gets a horse on promotion. I believe tier 2, she gets a horse. So she'll get her promotion sooner than other units. Assuming you actually are using her, right? Sooner than other units, because she doesn't have to wait for pay raise. And she gets a horse, so she can be an even better support units. Super aura if hyper death, except it doesn't because she's on both routes. Oh, right! She's on both routes. I forgot. She is also on Ellerie route, just like secretly in both because she's trying to record good stories. She has tail on tear availability because of that. Yeah. So very, very busted. Acielle is the only unit with worse availability than her. Wait, what? No, because people join after her. Trainee final boss. The mountain one is Zio. Oh, she's a flyer on tier 3. I got them mixed up. Sorry. Zio is kind of like the opposite of her. He does like a debuff thing. Similar gimmick, like similar skills, the ballads and whatnot. But he's a debuffer. So yeah. Zio gets a horse. She gets a flyer, and it's only on tier 3. Okay. There's a lot of units to keep track of, and they all have like 17 different traits. So this is why I have chat here. I had no idea she promotes. Yeah, she's a trainee. So she promotes at level 10 to tier 2 and level 20 to tier 3 and will eventually be a flyer, which just makes her even better as a support unit. I mean, look, I'm not making a tier list. At least I don't think so. But like, if I were, easiest S tier in the world. Bards and dancers are just always good. And even though she's not a true dancer, like, very fucking easy stuff. I think she's top 3. I can see that. You know, I haven't really solidified any sort of thoughts on a tier list because the units are just, they've so much, right? But I can definitely see that. Like, she's busted. Okay, so what we want to do is, first off, ride. She debuffs units too. No, you're thinking of Zio. Zio is the debuffer. Qiulan is a buffing character. See? Oh, right! She gets Draconic Hex with her promotion, right. In tier 2, she gets Draconic Hex. Fuck, you're right, she does debuff people. Because of Draconic Hex. Holy shit. I forgot how fucking busted this unit was. Like, I forgot just how busted this unit was. Jesus fucking Christ. She's so good. Decay at level 20? What does Decay do? The support unit is cracked. Yeah, I guess we're not done with the unit review yet, because she gets Draconic Hex. And Decay. What is Decay? Draconic Hex has 5 range. Draconic Hex is 5 range? What? When she gets her hand on the S rank book, she will one-shot monsters at base. Yeah, because, like, you know, she has trainee stats, too. Draconic Hex is only using her PRFs? What? No, Draconic Hex is a skill. She gets Draconic Hex as a skill. I know this because I used her in my second run. She gets Draconic Hex as a skill. It's not on her PRFs. It's on everything. Kind of goated how busted she is to be taken away at endgame. Yeah, and like I imagine some people would be afraid to use her, learning that she leaves. But, like, who cares? Use her until she leaves, right? Like, it's like the Orson thing. Of, oh no, I don't get to use them on the final map. They make literally every other map easier, though. 5 range. Yeah, no, her buff spells are 5 range. The point of using them isn't the combat. It's basically 5 range makes it easier to activate them as buffs. She has better availability than units you currently have. Does the math work that way out? I don't think that's true. Like, obviously, she doesn't have to split in the way that others do, but I think it's still... She misses a few maps, and she missed the early game. Think about half the units you have? Probably. You get hit. But, Murky is not someone who can actually take a hit. Murky is another staffer. She's our horse staffer, our dedicated horse staffer. Ellerie eventually becomes a horse staffer. But Murky, you know, underwhelming magic. 30% growth on an 8 base. Not exactly what you want. The stats are actually kind of meh, other than speed and luck, and res, you know, and res. But her sort of, her gimmick, right, is the combination of her weapon, Dissect, which is a defense targeting staff that buffs her magic, and boosts experience. And then this. It is a crit skill, Execute. When foe is not at full HP, guaranteed critical hits. And so you get like a guaranteed crit with Dissect, and then buff Murky's magic. And now suddenly that underwhelming 10 on 30 doesn't look so bad, and she can actually do some pretty efficient staffing. She has worse skill than Rohesia. Yeah, it's a worse skill than Rohesia. But it sort of combos with... Like, Rohesia doesn't have staffing or a horse or the ability to buff her own stats, right? Like, obviously her personal skill is just a downgrade from the Super Swordmaster. She has a 15 space. Yeah, because it's +7. It's essentially a pure water boost, but offensively. And it goes down 1 per turn, I believe. But you can reapply that buff with Dissect. She's pretty cool. You know, horse staffer, always appreciated. Decent damage dealer. Surprisingly decent for 0%. Yeah, I mean, crits are always a good boost, right? I think of the 3 primary staffers, Merc is the one I like the least. But horse staffer is always appreciated, right? I think Ellerie getting a horse kind of makes Murky's long-term feel like, oh, well, you know, that was the thing that made you unique. But, you know, she's alright. Like, we'll probably use her for a little bit. Kind of all there is to say about her. Unless Does she have an event with Qiulan? Because I know they have a prior relationship. Ellerie should never be clicking anything other than attack. I mean, I disagree. Obviously, power of leadership is really good, but you can't always set it up. And like, I don't know, being a horse staffer is okay. We've been doing some staffing with her, although it's mostly to get her rank up. Like, obviously, when you can set up a good power of friendship, it's the best thing you can do. But you don't always have the positioning for that. And sometimes you need a staff more than you need an extra action. Like, it's always context dependent. I do think that usually, if you can get at least 2 people leadershiped, then that's, you know, a good thing to do. But you can't always do that. I don't know. And when she's not using Fangin, it can be a little bit disappointing. Like her combat. By the time she's on a horse, I've never not had a power of friendship. Maybe I'm too good at this game. Maybe you're just a pro gamer. Maybe you're just a pro gamer. But, I don't know. I think having an extra staffer on a horse is not bad for Murky. Should I unit review John? I don't think we unit review John, because John is, like, just too customizable, right? You saw that. Our build is, you know, for 0%, I thought inspiration plus the first strike, but you can do a lot of different things. You can have the self-reviving John, bow range +1 archer. Like, the John that plays on casual mode is pretty fun. I did that in my second playthrough. And that was cool. You can go for a support build, you can go for a damage build, you can do all sorts of things, right? I'm surprised that worked. Alright, unit review. So full disclosure, I haven't used Chixin, but he seems pretty fucking bad. 5 movement, by the way. Don't worry, you can gain move by using these stupid fucking weapons. This one hits res. It's 17 might, like, that seems like that, I guess, deals a lot. But it makes him, like, less bulky, and he's already not very bulky. Thunderclap actually seems like the best one. And then there's this, right? Like, 4 might, but I guess it makes him bulkier. And the Canto Plus, I'm okay, I guess. He gets move on kill, right? 1 turn of defense and res plus, and +1 move for the entire chapter up to +10 move. So, like, he can be fun to stack a bunch of kills on. 4 might, 1 to 2 range. The big thing about it is 1 to 2 range, but I think the big thing about it is the +4 defense. The defense bonus on it, rather than, like... I mean, it is his only 1 to 2 range option. But I think it's the bulk boost that's supposed to be so good. I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, he's got a lot of stuff going on, but none of it adds up to much. And it feels like it's more worthwhile to me to use the other absolutely broken units. I guess Thunderclap targeting res, like, what is that? 17 plus... So that's 33 damage targeting res. Thunderclap targets defense, but only on enemy phase. Huh. That's a little bit weird. Like, his combat's not... How much does he deal with Thunderclap here? 33. Oh, right, and he doesn't get countered, right? Oh, no, that's just because that's an archer. Huh. Basically, it's 33 true damage. No, because enemies have resistance stats, just, you know, not all of them. I guess it depends on the enemy type. It's true damage on a lot of people. They get swords on promo. Oh yeah, because they become an armor, right? They like gain actual armor and sentience that way. I don't know. I'm not sold on this unit, but like there is stuff going on, right? Mages and Bales are the only ones that have res. Yeah. It's mostly magical enemies. The main issue is speed. 35 growth on 10 base. Oh no, Lord save me. He isn't strong enough to one round later on. Yeah, and he doesn't double. Yeah. Not ideal. Not ideal. Probably gonna be useful. It's probably gonna be useful in 0%. Like, just being able to deal damage, right? It can get speed screwed quite easily. Well, is it screwed when it just already has a bad growth? I don't think it's speed screwed to have bad speed when you've got a 35% growth rate. That's just not really where you want to be at. Although if it does get screwed, that's even worse, because then it's even slower. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure the Chixin fans will pipe up and let me know that actually Chixin's amazing and I'm just a fake gamer who doesn't understand or something. But we have 2 temporary units we can unit review. Fuck it, why not? Let's unit review Seahawk 2. So this is a airship. It's sort of like a secondary lord that's only around half the time. You can never choose to deploy it. But when it is around, it's a game over condition, and it's semi-customizable. Each of these little, like, houses, you'll get 3 of them, and they give upgrades. There's Chuko Nu, which is a weapon that attacks 4 times. There's Ballistas, Physics, Arbalist, and one other one I can't remember. But they're all pretty good. You know, just sort of customize your boat for how you want it, and it can be, on the maps that it's on, it's designed to be good, right? Like, it's a flyer with bow access, with ballista access, with physic. It's appreciated. It doesn't have growths even in vanilla. So, it's no different here than it would be otherwise. Seahawk 2 unit review complete. Boat Oren, everyone's favorite character, Boat Oren. Not regular Oren, Boat Oren. 1 leadership star, woo! 20 strength, ballista, ship physic, and he has staff force. So, Boat Oren works like a pretty good, healer, right? Oh, the Seahawk 2 can get the cannon. Okay. But Boat Oren works as like a healer confined to this little area. He can help your lower squad heal things up. And, he can also shoot things with the ballista. Like, hey, you can kill this flyer with Boat Oren, right? That's pretty cool, right? Oren hype. It combines the power of Nerysa and the power of Boat. Yeah, like, it's funny, it's Boat Oren, but it's really Boat Nerysa, because that's where the staff force comes in. And Oren's not like a ballistician or anything when you actually get him, so I don't know why it's Boat Oren, but we love Boat Oren. Boat Oren S tier, right? Boat Oren S tier, Seahawk F tier, because Seahawk's a game over. Boat Oren's not a game over. You know, that's why people say Alincia is bad in Fire Emblem 9. So Boat Oren is good, and Seahawk is bad. The Seahawk 2, late game, it gets it does get a free storm cannon for 1 map. That's true. And that's like the last map it exists for, I believe, as well. Well, you want to know who the least dangerous playable character ever is? Probably Basil of Baker Street. So this is our first Seeker, that's, you know, Dark Mage or whatever. And his stats are just underwhelming. 7 magics and 10 speed, and both his magic and speed growth are bad. What was he trying to do with this? Dark magic has some good defensive options, you know. Not Flux, but Leech is Nosferatu at locked to 1 range, though. And Shell gives you extra defense, right? But otherwise, his stats are just meh? Not meh. His stats are like some of the worst in the game. At least he gets a mount when he promotes to Inquisitor. Well, actually, I think that's the problem. I think him getting a mount is actually bad, because he has mounted staffs as an infantry for the first half of the game. Now, obviously, the standout from his stats is skill is 60%, that's good, and strength is 50. That's surprisingly high for a magical unit, and that's because at 1 range, his strength is factored in with his magic. So someone mentioned it last stream. It's like 60? Yeah, I see Berwick Saga saying, so 60 damage cap if you get him to cap both strength and magic. But like capping strength is not unlikely, but it does require a lot of training. Like 50% growth, it's a coin flip, right? Capping magic isn't happening without fucking stat boosters and luck, right? Oh, he's the ultimate potential man, it feels like, you know. You could have the highest damage in the game, but you won't. All I need is everything. And the thing is, right, the all I need is everything, and then I'll give you big damage. Didn't we say Whipjack is bad because he's big damage in a game where big damage isn't hard to come by? And Basil isn't even actually big damage. He just tricks you into thinking he'll be big damage. His defensive growths are also not even good. 35 defense, 20 res. Because, like, the gimmick of dark magic is... it's the defensive magic, right? Dark mages are bulky. But, like, his bulk is not satisfactory. Especially not long term. Like, at the moment, 11 defense for us is fine. It's good, even. His HP growth isn't even 100%. Y'all. His bulk is okay. His bulk is okay at best. And he's in a bulky class, you know? It's like if you were an armor knight with only okay bulk. Oh, wait, that's Meg. He can eat the pain pastry. Yeah, what does the pain pastry do again? Minus 3 HP, 2 defense, luck, and res. Yeah, he probably appreciates that. But so do your other tanks. I'm really not excited. I'm not excited about him either. I think he's one of the worst units in the game. Like I say, I think the horse promotion inadvertently drags him down because these are horse stats. These are the growths you expect on like a cavalier. And like he becomes a horse unit eventually, but just not to start out. 6 con, 10 speed. Yeah, 35 growth. And 35 growth. Does he get like swords or anything like Dark Knights do? Or is it just mounted tome user? I do like him for the ending where he kills Thyme. Yeah, I always get the ending where Thyme kills him because, you know, he's a untrained loser. He's an untrained loser. Just dark magic. But speaking of his beloved sister, Thyme, I think Thyme is actually quite good. Thyme solves the magic and speed problem. Because in general with mages, what we've noticed is you can either have good speed or good magic, but not both. And Thyme kind of follows this rule, right? 17 base speed, 60% growth versus 9 magic, 30% growth. It seems like she is going to be the fast one that, you know, doesn't deal much damage, but she'll at least double stuff. She has spell steal. So against magical enemies, she just fucking destroys them. Is she the opportunist one? No, spell steal is whenever you're fighting a magical enemy, you add their magic ×3 to damage. I'm uncertain if this is just class-based or if it's literally everyone. Like, if there's a pirate with 1 magic, do you get +3? I don't know. I like Thyme, I hate her, like, as a character. A character never did that before. I like Thyme. I like Thyme as a unit, and as a character, she's one of those, like, I mean, this is a game full of scumbags, right? So it makes sense that there would be some ultimate scumbags on your team. Yeah, on promotion, Thyme also has 7 movement and staffs. What staff rank does she get on promotion? Is it C? I think it's C, but I might be misremembering. Just an unambiguous scumbag. Yeah, unambiguous scumbag, and leadership star is good. Spell steal, like, it just makes her the anti-mage mage, in a way that's really nice. And then I think just being fast enough to double people with regular magic, like, I mean, we can't really demonstrate here because these are all anti-mage units, like Contraption, Spell Cleaver, Barrier Lance, right? So she does awful against them. Well, even the Contraption guy, you know, 8 times 2, that's against a dedicated anti-mage unit. And then she has Pacify. This is just gambling for crits. 2 might, but 50 crit, 50 hit, but plus 50 luck. It honestly makes Pacify genuinely quite accurate. Like, the plus 50 luck makes it so that not only is she not getting crit and probably not getting hit, but she's also probably hitting stuff, right? So, Pacify Mark III, pretty good. And maybe you'll get some crits out of it. Maybe you'll just, you know, rely on spell steal damage. Spell steal seems good in Zero Goats. Yeah, no, I imagine in this context in particular, she will shine. Because she gets a lot of her damage and her bulk, because someone mentioned dodge tanking, which, like, is genuinely a thing she can do. When you have enemies, like, 3-shotting you and getting like 20 to 30 hit, you can dodge a group of them semi-reliably. And she gets all of that, not from her stats, but from her weapon and skill, right? The hilarity of Thyme starting with the Dicer of Dan is also, like, this is not a weapon she needs. She wants the high might weapons. She wants, like, Thunder and Bolganone and Fireball and stuff like that. Spell Thief works against everyone, so it's not class-based. Okay, so if, like, you know, this guy, Hackandry, he has magic. And so his magic will get added. Good to know, good to know. But yeah, Thyme is pretty awesome. I like Thyme a lot. She's a unit I used short term and dropped in both of my playthroughs, because ultimately I think we're at the point in the game where we start getting units who are either promoted or, like, more complex and therefore kind of more fun. But Thyme is pretty simple and still quite good. Thyme can visit the house she starts at the top of this map. Oh really? I didn't know that. What do you get? Is it just Thyme who can visit it? Or can anyone visit it? We have 3 units to unit review. So let's start with Tasel, who's probably the weakest of the 3, but also probably a little bit slept on. He is a wagon, right? Don't forget the switches. Oh, right, you have to press the switches. I forgot. I sometimes forget that, yeah. But yeah, he's got decent stats as a bow unit. He's basically a mounted bow unit because he has 7 move, right? Bow user starts out with S-rank bows, so you can immediately give him the S-rank bow that you purchased from him in a previous chapter. And he's able to get that, when I say immediately, literally immediately, because he has access to the convoy. So on his join map, turn 1, he can just grab it. If you want to immediately start using the S-rank bow, it's literally his bow. Yeah, it's literally his bow. Aside from that, he's got, you know, mounted class penalties, where his growths and bases are a little bit less than you would necessarily want. Yvette would instead be at a higher level. But Tasel isn't just a sniper, he's also a staffer. And like I mentioned with Ellerie, a staffer with convoy access is just such a flexible unit, because you can pull the variety of status, both positive and negative status staves, or physic, rescue, movement staves, right? Warp, just out of the ether, and immediately get to work. He's basically got infinite inventory, right? Infinite inventory. And B rank starting is pretty darn good. You know, obviously there's another unit, another staffer who joins this chapter who also has a good staff rank, perhaps a better staff rank than him, shall we say. But Tasel isn't really competing with her for deployment because he's fulfilling a different role. He's the toolbox, whereas she's the power staffer, right? And his toolbox potential extends beyond just pulling bows and staffs out of the convoy, because his tonic staff is a very weird, it's a very weird one. Basically how it works is he can use tonics as either an offensive staff to status enemies, or as a item to status himself positively. And unlike other yellow weapons, which refresh at the end of turn, it refreshes every chapter, or every turn. They usually refresh every chapter. It refreshes every turn, or every couple of turns, right? So we can tonic this guy. Why didn't it pull up the menu? There's usually a menu for what it does. Oh, here it is, yeah. So, you can choose what status you want. You can make it AoE for extra cooldown. So, you know, let's just, you know, freeze this guy. Or, if you would prefer, if you're using Tasel as like a combat unit, right? He can also use it on himself. And this doesn't end his turn. So he can then be like, okay, now pew pew pew, I've got extra power, right? So he's a very flexible unit who can do good combat and good statusing all on his own with the tonics, or just by reaching into the convoy. The tonics make it so that he doesn't need to reach into the convoy as often though, because you notice like it covers a lot of the status staffs, right? The big thing he'd get from the convoy is either if you're on a turn where tonic hasn't refreshed yet, or if you are at a point where you need to apply status to a teammate. Because that's the one thing that tonic can't do, is it can't target a teammate. But it's just super flexible as a tool. It's a toolkit, not just a tool, it's a toolkit. He also has a great mini mug. It's nice, it's nice. I think Tasel gets kind of overlooked because of how kind of ridiculous the other two units that join here, but don't sleep on him. Like, he's quite solid. The biggest thing that holds him back is the availability crunch, and the fact that not only do you have, like, your projects you've trained up, but you've also got at least one very, very strong unit, arguably two. Nerysa is Mrs. Mage. S rank and everything. Oh, right. Tasel's the convoy and Oriana route split. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, he deserves credit for that. Convoy access when Ellerie is not around is nice. But Nerysa is, I mean, she's Mrs. S rank, right? S rank stabs, S rank light, S rank dark, S rank anima. Her magic could certainly be better. 8 base at a 30% growth. It's unfortunate because she has Power Staff, which is an incredibly strong skill. It lets her take 2 actions per turn. But I find that Power Staff on Nerysa oftentimes just means you use a staff in order to get extra movement. Which is unfortunate because it's like, I want to be using my power staff unit to use 2 very strong staffs, but that's just not always how it's gonna, that's not how the cookie crumbles. Still, being able to staff twice is nice, even if they do have to land on, like, not necessarily the ideal targets. She's not good at healing, but, like, you can status, just not at long range with power staff. 8 magic at this point is very sad. She's unpromoted at least, though. Like, she can get a promotion when we get the pay raise, which is coming up. And she has a leadership star. Her combat is also buffed by the fact that we have an S-rank tome already, and we'll be getting more relatively soon. So even though her stats don't necessarily impress, her combat can still be fine by consuming the most expensive weapons you have, but you probably don't have any other S-rank tome users at the moment. Yeah, masters of all forms of magic theory, they ain't too good at casting. Leadership star and Oren support are nice also. She can make use of the wide water tome to help with staffing. Yeah, because wide water boosts your magic. So if she just leaves it equipped, you can have her hold the other S ranks. Like, it's sort of a blessing and a curse, because she can use the S ranks at a time when no one else can, but then once you break the S rank, she's kind of not great. And once the other people reach S rank, they would use them better, right? So eventually S rank doesn't really make up for that magic stat. We want to talk about cav stats on infantry. This is Basil 2.0 in that regard. Although as a unit, I think she's definitely stronger. I don't know, maybe if Tasel is one who's a little bit underrated, Nerysa might be a little bit overrated, just because power staff is so good that the downsides of her get kind of ignored. I struggle with her inventory management too. Yeah, because if you have wide water on her, which you kind of need to for her to be useful later on in the game, then loading her up, she only has 4 inventory slots. Or you can load up the magic types, I guess. I do think that trying to get light, dark, and anima on her is a bit of a trap. Like, she's a staff bot. She's a staff bot who happens to be able to click the S-rank tome button when you want her to. But usually staffing is going to be more impressive than 8 magic damage, right? But yeah, I still think she's good. I just think that, like, the eyes go awooga awooga at power staff, and then you realize, wait a minute, 8 magic. Dune is a unit that is kind of underwhelming in casual play, but the god of LTC and any sort of fast play, right? These stats, again, not super impressing me other than speed. And these growths, other than speed, not super impressing me. And Dune's personal weapon uses magic, which is her weaker attacking stat. 5 magic, 25 growth, right? Not that strength is much better at a 35 growth. But that sort of immediately looks bad. It boosts your speed, though. You'll double more frequently. I mean, not that you were really having doubling problems in the first place, but it's nice. The big thing about Siphon Spear is, even though it's using her weaker stat, it is a Nosferatu. It is a self-heal effect, and that goes very well with her personal skill, where she can sacrifice HP to get extra movement, basically a second turn of movement, right? If you have physic access, like as the saying goes, with physic, Dune has infinite move, because you just use double time physic or up, use double time physic or up, and so she is the best at reaching objectives, whether they be main objectives or side objectives, by the end of the game, or by like as fast as possible. 15 strength by the end game. Yeah, very oh, what's the TRS unit? Mina? Is it Mina, the TRS unit with 10% move growth but also 10% strength growth? It's like the Est. Not quite as extreme in Dune's case, and certainly not an Est. I think Dune's a very polarizing unit, and I imagine no matter what I say about Dune, it'll upset some people, but I think Dune's fine. I don't think Dune is as terrible as some people make her out to be, even outside of LTC. Having a lot of movement, reaching objectives quickly is a useful trait. I also think, unless you're doing like a hyper-planned LTC, Dune's gonna need support both in the terms of like physic and also just people to do combat for her. She can sort of rescue people around with infinite move, but once you get there, if the goal is kill boss, Dune's not gonna be great at doing that. So this is a unit with very strong skills and very significant limitations. And a leadership star. So that's cool. I like leadership. Dune as a unit can be good, but my brain isn't big enough for it. There's probably some amount of skill ceiling, or skill floor as well, for using Dune to the best of her ability. And I guess this run will determine whether or not I meet that skill floor, because, you know, we might bench her, we might not. I guess we'll find out, right? I imagine she'll be useful. As the unit whose biggest problem is your stats don't go up, in your stats don't go up mode, she won't be that much worse than she currently is. Alright, Epic is a temporary unit for this map only. Epic unit review. I only found out about this character's existence today, like 5 minutes ago, so... They're a 14 strength horse with 50s in all their growth rates, and they use the log, they use Justice's log to attack. You know, being able to attack uncountered is pretty cool. Being able to just say, you know, we kill this character now, that's pretty cool, right? Maybe they'll deal some damage. The fact that they're a temporary unit means you don't care about them dying. That's pretty cool. S tier in my book. Also, I think they have Canto Plus because they're a horse. Nope, they don't. I was lying. Wisp is here now. Oh, right, Wisp showed up. I fucking love this unit. This is one of the coolest units in the cast. I also think one of the strongest units, held back by availability, because we're at about the halfway point of the campaign right now. So Wisp joining here, you know, it's 50% availability, sort of the pent penalty. But Wisp is a glass cannon assassin, you know, 50% strength, 65% speed, but no defense or res to speak of. Although, her personal weapon, the Spirit Slayer, gives her eventually sturdy, or not even sturdy, holdout. Essentially holdout. And it's just a 1-2 range, infinite hit, 10 might PRF, right? 15 move is nice. Well, that's her gimmick, and that's what the cool thing is she can change between soul mode and assassin mode. And in soul mode, she cannot deal damage, but she's also not affected by terrain. So as a soul, she's 15 move, no terrain, no nothing. But her combats are all gonna be god-awful because she can't deal damage, right? But as an assassin, she gets to deal damage. And that is, you know, that's the area where she's useful, is moving around, teleports behind you, nothing personnel kit, right? 15 mood, no terrain. Like, it's just so, like, she passes through walls. It's not flyer, it's literally no terrain. She has 20 con and 19 aid. Funny rescue moments. Yeah, you can use her as a rescue bot too. It's just awesome. Wisp is my favorite unit. I've said that about like 4 units so far, but I do think Wisp is incredibly strong. Like fast enough to double fucking everything and a strength stat that backs that up. God forbid women do anything. No clip. Yeah, she is just kind of the no clip unit. You do have to be careful where she goes because of her bulk, but she can sort of help with, you know, the holdout weapon, and then because of her projection ability, she can get out of danger pretty easily. And she has an A support with Ellerie, which is nice. I think it's nice, you know, a nice little boost. A nice little boosty. Funny how she's using swords, very funny. Well, yeah, because it's nothing personnel kid. Teleports behind you. Pacha! Mr. Stats. He's a great knight, and he sure is great. The only stats that I think he's suboptimal in are speed, which is an important one, and res, which a lot of people have low res, right? But otherwise, very solid stat spread and magic as well. So he can use like magical weapons, including the S-rank sword, because he's got triple A's. He is like the mounted unit that dodges mounted unit stat moments. Look at his growths! They're so good! They're balanced, but they're so good! His personal skill is also pretty darn good. Allies within 2 tiles add the target's missing HP to damage. It's just a flat damage increase to anyone near him. It's good for, like, boss killing. He can use every magic weapon, like the funny magic axe. Yeah, the infinite durability axe. We're gonna get that soon, too. And Aigo can use that. He can use the magic swords. No personal weapon, like, just good stats, good ranks, and a good skill. This also goes really well with another unit we will recruit on this map. They go together. Give him a wine and he can go coin flip mode. I mean, he's already kind of coin flip mode. The wine makes his magic even better, too. But even without wine, I think he's just Mr. Good Stats on a horse. Gold Knights just, I guess, get the favoritism. This is another really, really fucking good unit. He's just held back by availability. But I think he's absolutely worth benching a training project for. You know, whoever's not working out, they gotta go, so we can Aigo. Yeah, that's it. That's it. He also gives you, like, some quests that he has to stay alive to fulfill because he's the librarian. He's a pre-promote, so he's got bad EXP. I mean, pre-promotes in this only gain 3, like, EXPs if they're 3 levels higher. So he's basically just a level 18 unit, which, like, if we look at my cast, right? It's ahead, but not too far ahead, right? So he's not even going to be that slow on EXP. I know you're joking, but I did want to preempt that, because there's probably some people who think that. And, Foxberry just joined us. So time for another unit review. Foxberry is our second to last trainee who falls into the trainee category. The last one who's really a trainee, right? Because she starts at level 12, so she's decidedly under-leveled. But we will also get a Bard, Zio, soon, and he plays under trainee rules, but I don't think he would rightfully be called a trainee. Foxberry would. She starts very under-leveled, other than her speed and skill, which are phenomenal. And those are the stats that grow as well. So you might wonder, why would I bother with this trainee whose growths kind of suck? Well, her skills are pretty good. She has surprise attack. So she can, basically, if she is next to, if she's like you do forks, right? You do fork attacks, in order to double her strength and her hit rate. And she has a crit boost, which is, you know, kind of fun. The main nice thing is Chain Hook, which is an auto repair rescue staff, 5 range, but still auto repair. So you get 4 rescues that are 5 range every map, and it gives her a free, it Gale Force itself, right? So that's pretty darn cool. It is technically a staff, but she can't use other staffs, like it doesn't boost her staff rank or anything. It's also a great way to bolster your own experience, because you just get 4 rescue staffs per map. So as a trainee, aside, you know, outside of Krynia and Gecko, who have to do like the combat to do it, and Qiulan, who has to do the combat to do it, Foxberry kind of just gets experience naturally through chain hooking, and movement tools are useful. Ultimately, I think you have enough movement tools stapled to otherwise good combat units that I'm not a huge fan of Foxberry, but she's got some stuff going on. She's not as much of a lost cause as she might initially appear from these growth rates and these starting stats. I think she's much more of a support unit than anything, but she can do damage. And like funny crits, right? Promote this unit without her ever seeing combat, and that's funny. Yeah, I mean, staffer moment, right? She's not a staffer, but staffer moment. Alright, so unit review time. Let's start with John 14, because she's a real unit. This is the trainee monster unit. 61 HP, but 2 defense, 1 resistance. Weird fake bulk. Like, she can lift several hits because of the massive HP value, but then she also just takes tons of damage. But deals tons of damage. 18 speed, 19 strength is something. And she's basically a gambler's wet dream, because as an action, learn 2 random skills for mutate, and then use adrenaline heal to full HP if within an enemy, within 5 tiles of an enemy at the start of the turn. So her big HP bulk, right? It can become kind of real. This is the thing that everyone loves, mutate. And it actually got buffed in 2.0 because you can use Stalk Prey to warp yourself next to an enemy, and then you mutate and you get random skills. So like, again, just gamble. Sometimes you get phenomenal skills, sometimes you get skills that do nothing for her, like Staff Force, right? Or Power Staff. Her fake bulk is slightly less fake because of her personal skill. Yeah, she's dodging the Largo allegations, but just barely. I love hearing the HP blob go run up to the enemy and bonk them. If you can manage things, you can, like, you know, if an enemy attacks her and she doesn't kill them, it obviously gets adrenaline, but also you can do clever positioning to let her get adrenaline without getting attacked, which is pretty cool. Her PRF is only half mutate. Yeah, it's a single mutate. Whereas regular mutate is 2 mutates. So you can use mutate to get 2 skills, or you can use Stalk Prey to teleport and get 1. There's most of the skills in the game, so there's some crazy silly combos. And she caps out at having 6 skills, so you can mutate twice or Stalk Prey all 4 times to get them. But there's some stupid combinations you can get. It's kind of hard to go into just how many of them there are. She also uses monster weapons. She starts out with these 3. Effective against, like, this is the Rapier Claw. This is the Luna Claw, or Luna Bite, and then this is just the crit weapon, right? If she gets Gale Force, yeah, if she gets Gale Force, that's good. I mean, there's a lot of, I don't want to go over all the skills. Oh, you mean that teleport gives her Gale Force? Yeah, functionally, yeah. Oh, is my controller acting up again? I don't know what's going on with it. But yeah, functionally, the teleport gives her... Yeah, like I said, it gives her an extra move. Are we gonna be gloating about Francesca's 2 damage? What's 16's attack with Crushing Bite? 19 plus, what is that, 10? So it's 29? 31. Oh, they've got the same. They got the same true damage. That's actually kind of funny. Because 0 growths, right? Like, Francisca would have more. But John isn't just a true damage button. Like, she does other stuff. And 18 speed is also nice. What's her con? 8? Do any of the monster weapons weigh her down? This one does. That's unfortunate. Because that's the one you want to double with. But 12 weight moment. 16 has the best monster weapons in the game. Worth noting, these are not... Oh, these are PRFs. Oh, it's Joe that has the non-PRFs, right? Is arcane ammo part of the skill for Magic John? I don't even know what arcane ammo is. Well, we could sit here all day going over the best skill combos for her, but at the end of the day, it's RNG, right? It's typically, you know, gonna be good, because a lot of the skills are good, but it is RNG, so you can't really plan around it until you know what it is. Also, trainee moment, so trainee growths. And she promotes at level 20, right? Because she's a trainee? Or is this not considered a trainee class? If only there was some other unit that joined with the lighter version of the Lunabite. Yeah, if only. Yeah, this is a trainee class, okay. She has like 80 HP and capped offensive stats in growth runs. 70% growth, 70% strength growth and 65% speed is stupid good. Bites as a PRF because they don't have weapon rank, but it's a class PR. Oh, so these are not her PRFs. This is the only one that's a true PRF. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. She has a 20 promo. Does she gain anything other than stats out of it? Because I've never used her. I know 16 fans will be mad about this, but I've never used her long enough to promote. This might be the run, you know. She seems like she'll be pretty good in this run, I say, as we struggled to find who to bench for Aigo. But yeah, I think John is like I say, John is the gambler unit. I'm not a gambler. It's a gambler with odds tipped in your favor, but it's still a gambler. What's funny is give her Gambler's Folly and then activate that, which is just worse than, or I guess it's not worse because it's statuses. Extra move, extra offenses, extra HP. We appreciate that. Most runs appreciate that, in fact. Next up we have Boat Johnny Spices. Very similar to Boat Oren, he's around for 1 chapter, but he has Ship Physic and Ship Cannon. He got the cannon from Lindros, and that's pretty cool. Say hello to Boat Johnny Spices, 50% strength growth on a capped strength unit. That's pretty nice. Say hello to Boat Guard. Boat with a crit bonus and 150% growths. Hello, Boat Guard. Boat Guard has the Bolter to destroy ships, and Ship Physic to heal people. Say hello to Boat. Boat has a Chuko Nu, a Ship Physic, and a Ship Ballista. These are pretty good. That's pretty good. Those are my boat unit reviews. I hope you enjoyed. I think it's funny that Boat Guard is just normal guard, but with the PRFs from the boat. Yeah, well, I think these aren't the bases normal guard has, right? Because guard's a Goto. 15 strength seems low. Joyful Joe! This is our first Doom chicken. This is our only Doom chicken. I don't know why I said first. Joyful Joe's another chicken. The chickens all have weird gimmicks. And Joyful Joe uses monster weapons. So this is a piercing bite. You can trade it to John if you want. It also ignores defense, but it has less might, only 2 might. And then we got the brutal talent, just, you know, regular attack, 10 attack, whatever. When Jo transforms into a dragon, she can use the other ones. While active, plus 20 defense, breath access, but you lose Canto plus, you also lose move. You don't have the chicken move. But you keep acrobat. All terrain is accessible with only 1 movement. So not quite flyer, but still, you know, doesn't get hindered by terrain, right? And then, of course, if killed as a dragon, Jo just becomes a Doom Chicken again and can transform into a dragon again next turn. So Jo is really fucking tanky. And you can see that from her growths as well. And her base stats, these are lies because, well, dragon form is the real form. Plus 20 defense, right? And the defense keeps going up. I think Jo is really, really good. Oh, sorry. I thought Jo was a girl, because, like, I don't know, I just thought he was, but he's a boy. Which, you know, roosters. But yeah, dragon skin. You get the plus 20 defense. And then if you die as a dragon, you just respawn as a chicken. The opposite of the other transforming uses, he loses mobility when transformed. It's just funny. Yeah, like he's stuck on only 5 move as a false dragon. But it's more than enough to cause some trouble. I guess they're a JoJo reference. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, just really good. Just really good all around. This is a game where you don't get that many tanky units. So being as tanky as Jo is, I think is super useful. Also, the breaths are nice. Wretched Air, Acidic Breath, like uncounterable, ignores defense, and then this is the splash damage, the fire splash damage. The AoE breath is nice. I think all the breaths are nice. They lose access to regular monster weapons, but I think the dragon form is like, I mean, that's the main appeal, right? That's why their skill lets them turn into a dragon. You don't get that many tanks. That's why I like them in Ivande as well. It's just being able to enemy phase. I mean, it's valuable. It's a huge defense tank as opposed to Chixin being a mixed tank. Yeah, I mean, with the contraption, this becomes, what, contraption is plus 6? 15 res? More res than Chixin. Well, Chixin currently has the anti-thing equipped. It would be plus 6 plus 10. So not more res, but still 15 res, 21 defense is, I think, a good mixed tank as well. Like, obviously leaning more on the defense side, but nothing wrong with that. Jo does like the inventory slots more than Chixin, but still, nothing wrong with that. I don't know. I like Jo. I like Jo a lot. For comparison, Ori is 21 to his 23 defense, 11 res. Yeah, Oren is also another tanky unit we get soon. We're at the point where we start getting tanks, and that's appreciated. Well, let's talk about Hagendire. He is... I don't really like this unit, but he does have use cases. His big sort of like gimmick, I mean, the important thing, the good thing is Provoke. Provoke, as was just pointed out, is incredibly powerful, gets you out of a lot of situations. You can just manipulate enemy AI, force them to attack you, right? He also has A rank in stabs, swords, and bows. That is not to be slept on. Weapon rank grows really slow in this game. Like, really slow. So having A rank all of them at base is just kind of phenomenal. I mean, obviously we're at the point of the game where if you've been training someone up long term, they'll probably have A in their primary weapon, but having A in 3 of them, that's hard to come by. There's good bows, there's good swords, there's good axes. Swords in particular, since he has a magic stat and a okay magic growth. Okay is all I can say about his growths other than speed. But his speed base is already very good, right? That being said, his magic is probably his most important stat because it affects versatile. He has basically live to serve. His swords boost his defense and resistance, and his bows boost his critical. It feels like a confusing mess of a skill, but the thing to keep in mind is all three of them get boosted by the same stat, magic. So he makes good use of like mana cubes or just leveling up magic. And he can sort of act as a toolkit in terms of everything that you want with that. He can provoke people away, he can crit people with bows from long range, and he can, 39 HP and, what is this, functionally 15 and 7 for his bulk. It's okay. It's not like super bulky, but on a provoke user, you don't want someone super bulky or the game just gets completely broken wide open. So from a design perspective, I get it. He's also promoted 14, so like the growths being unimpressive is not as big a deal since he's not leveling that much anyway. Versatile allows Telescope to crit way more. Yeah, Telescope is an infinite use, what is it, 3 range? 3 to 5 range or something? Bow, and you can try to get crits with that. Curved Swords and Lance Reaver. Oh, right! He can manipulate the triangle to boost defense as well. Hey, because of Provoke, you can also just put him next to Tower, or put him, like, in an L formation with Tower. And then force people to attack him next to Tower. 3 range, 66 skill. Right! So then he adds crit on top of the crit he gets from the skill. And it's a low might weapon, so you do kind of want to crit in order to actually, do anything with it. I think he's probably on the lower end of CC units, but this run might prove me wrong. Because he seems like someone who will be deployed a lot in zero growths. I think it kind of highlights how cracked the CC cast is, that a guy with a leadership star and Provoke can be sort of in contention for lower. But maybe it's also just there's not as many defenders because he seems kind of complicated to use. And I'm probably just worse at Fire Emblem than people. Lower end, seriously. I mean, I don't know, he seems kind of meh. Remember, this is chapter, 16? As far as the availability is concerned, it's not great. And you've got other incredibly cracked units at this time, too. It's hard to find room for him. I don't think he's the worst unit in the game. Well, I mean, Gil exists, so that's not even like a competition, but at the very least, I'd probably put him in the bottom half. But again, that might just be a skill issue on my part. I'm fully willing to own the fact that CC has some units that are just brain scratchers, and it is hard for me to evaluate someone I haven't used, right? That's why we got chat here. That's why we got chat here to sort of defend people from my slander. I'm waiting. The zombies are coming. The Hagadire essay is coming. I can't do the Crazy Dave voice for anything other than zombies. And also my Crazy Dave voice is bad. With deployment limits being what they are, it's hard to get an impression on one playthrough. Yeah, I did 2 playthroughs, but even then, like even with the route split in part 3, there's just some characters I haven't used, and Hagadire is one of them. This guy's definitely not in the top 5. Lilac. Oh boy, what do I say about Lilac? If he's adjacent to imagery, he gets extra move. This is decent movement skill. Like, it helps infantry keep up. It's useful for the infantry that don't have movement skill. People like Chalice. And, like, that's cool. I think Pomelo probably counts as infantry, even though well, maybe not when he's riding. This is the real gimmick. Like, this is just sort of, it helps you keep up. I guess that's kind of cool. But unless you're doing something, keeping up is only part of the problem. And, like, his stats are pretty bad, right? And his growths are pretty bad, and he's a level 15. He's a summoner, though, right? His summon gets the Wisp ability, gets to, like, go through walls and stuff, and can swarp. He can't summon disposable units. He summons, like, basically it's less summon and more Fates Replicate, but Replicate is more, like, detrimental, because if your replica dies, like, the shared HP, but here you don't share HP, right? But hey, lunge, pass, swarp, and ignore terrain. Like, that's a lot of movement. You can have the summon swarp people around. Acielle log is a bonus, and Acielle is your main slot. For Lilac, it's the opposite. You spend slot 2 on Lilac. You spent the slot on Lilac 2, and Lilac's also there. Yeah, he certainly does do stuff. He certainly does do stuff. The big thing is Lilac 2, like, he can swarp people around, right? And he's got more base magic than Mince, but if you trained Mince up, Mince is probably a better swarper. I don't know what to say about this guy, right? He's like Addington TMGC. Lilac is like what Addington fans think Addington is, and I still don't think he's very good. Although, in fairness, part of that is he's competing with stronger units than TMGC casts. He'll be the MVP on the Oriana escort map. Oh, does he go Ori route? That's actually kind of huge, if so. Huge if true. That's how much I've used him. Is in 2 runs, I didn't even notice what fucking route he goes. Yeah, he exists, and it brings me great pain. Lilac also only has 8 uses on their tome. Yeah, but he's not, like, there for combat. Like, I don't care that Lilac 2 doesn't really do anything in terms of combat. Lilac 1 also doesn't really do anything in terms of combat. I guess we should show off Lilac 2. They have equal stats, but then he gets lunge, swarp, and pass, and he ignores terrain. And it's a 1-5 range Luna, but, like, he's not here for combat. He's here to swarp people around, right? He's here to be like, oh, you want someone else in a different position? I can do that. I can move people around. And, move people he does do. He does do that. Lunge. Yeah, you can use Luna Lunge to help him. I guess that's right. You can use Luna Lunge to help people, like, to help with the swarp plan. But, like, again, if I'm gonna use a swarper, I use Mince. If I'm gonna use a lunger, I use Lindros. And those are 2 of the best units in the game. Roll compression is only good if you're actually good at the rolls, and I don't think Lilac is particularly good at those rolls. Oh, right! He has no fucking magic! I said he's a better swarper than Mince, but he's not, because he has no fucking magic. I mixed his strength and magic up. So yeah, at base, he's got 5 swarp. Woo! He's awful. He's awful. Yay! Oren special! Let's talk about Oren. Oh yeah, he does join with all the stuff he got from his paralog. So Oren's a halberdier, which means he can use axes and lances. And, at first, his stats seem kind of underwhelming. 20 strength, 15 speed at this point in the game. Not enough to one-shot, not enough to, double. But he has Shatter. So his heavier weapons, 4 times the difference in weapon weight. He wants to use heavy weapons, because the Shatter boost is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Shatter really, really good. Got Your Back lets him serve as a very good rescue dropper because he has 16 con. So if he drops or rescues, he gets an extra move. He sort of Gale Force off of that. So for moving people around, I mean, it's going to be useful immediately here. He can Gale Force by rescuing whoever opened the door for him, right? He's a bit of a delete button, especially versus swords. Yeah, because he can have weapon triangle advantage and smash them. His PRF is 16 weight, so he gets a bunch of damage off of it. And it boosts his defense and res, and while it's not super accurate, it's good if you moved, right? It gets +8 hit for tile moved. Now, you can only move 6 tiles, but, you know, that's something. And if you're a weapon triangle advantage, remember 30 hit, like, that's something as well. So he wants to crush sword units with lances. That's kind of his deal. The fact halberdiers can use axes is useful to him as well, because, you know, then he can just use even heavier weapons, but usually he wants to crush, he's an auto-deploy in the tower. Get It Back means he's an auto-deploy in the tower. The tower? Oh, the tower, right. The collapsing tower. We were talking about Radiant Dawn. I got so confused. I was like, is the endgame of this also a tower? I don't think it is. No, the tower map, chapter 19. Yeah, no, he's really good for that. 96 hit if you move full distance before triangle. Overall, he seems fine. Like, he's got niches that he's good at, and he's got weak points that he's bad at. And that's fine. I think that's a fine place for a unit to be. I thought you meant tower the unit. Yeah, there's so much towers going on that can't topple this tower, right? Also, leadership star. Like, the thing is, the leadership stars on units really help sort of be tiebreakers, I feel like, more than anything, especially with how many other, like, the triangle is so crazy that +3 hit and avoid from leadership stars feels almost worthless, because it's like, well, why not just be a triangle advantage instead? But he does technically have a leadership star. He's really physically bulky, and he can hit super hard against the correct enemies with the correct weapons. Pulled him out for war crimes, and he just did great work. Yeah, I think he's solid. Let's start with Ivande. I like Ivande quite a lot. Ivande is a Ruin Plate. This is an armored mage. So, like, all armors get Canto Plus in this. So she can move after attacking. Which is good, because if she attacks without moving, she gets a guaranteed critical. This is just a worse version of Rohesia's personal ability, but it's on a mage, right? Getting a crit with magic is basically a guaranteed kill. Crit with a sword depends. Ivande is also just really fucking bulky. 22 defense with 55% growth, and the same for magic. Ivande is the unit you put in range of a bunch of physical people, and they die and she doesn't. Cerulean Crescent is kind of lacking in tanks. You know, it's a similar thing that I said with Joe, where being able to tank is a very desirable attribute, and Ivande has that in spades, plus player phase auto crit. And you might think, like, well, not always auto crit. Yes, always auto crit, because 1 to 4 range weapon, if Ivande ends up in a position where she can't kill someone with a 1 to 4 range weapon, then I feel like that's on you. Oh, and if you get the funny Meteor Tome as well, even better. Crit Siege Tomes, very funny. Like I said, it's a worse version of Rohesia's personal skill, which initially turned me off, but you gotta remember, critting with tomes is more powerful than critting with physical weapons, because you're already hitting a nearly non-existent defensive stat. And so to triple the damage is just even more bonkers. And Hail Strike can also potentially be used for enemy phasing. You know, 7 durability, I wouldn't recommend it, but it is a Siege Tome that attacks at 1 range, like mini Siege. I'm not sure what the 1 to 14 range thing is. Like 14, 14, 1 to 4, weight 14. Is there a reason? Like, is there, like, 14, is that a reference to something? Because it's 14, 114, 1 to 4, and 14. 7 durability is half of 14. Like, this has to be something, but I don't know what it is. You aren't hitting res with her PRF? Well, you're not hitting res with her PRF, but you will with the magic. I guess that is also, like, it's a downside in terms of getting the crits, but it's an upside in terms of being able to choose which stat you go on. Her name is IV, which is the 4 gimmick. Oh. So then that's why everything's 14? Okay. I thought it might be like a reference to something with hail and 14 or whatever. Anyway, I think Evande is pretty good. I like the bulk probably more than the gimmicks, but the gimmicks are also pretty good. If you want a unit with gimmicks, like if you'd rather not have a straightforward bulky unit and want someone with gimmicks, Zio's got you covered though. Because Zio is our muse. He's sort of the opposite of Qiulan. Because he functions in a similar way to Qiulan in the having to activate things by attacking twice to recharge, and then on the third turn it has the active effect, right? But his are all self-buff effects. And as such, they also have passive effects that affect him. So this is a spell that gets stronger over time. And its active effect is to boost his attack, give him the +10 attack status. This is a Nosferatu tome, and its active effect is to give him the plus defense and resistance status. And this is a Poison Strike tome, and its active effect is to give speed bonus. Prolonged Pain before the nerf, because before the nerf, Zio just had infinite durability on his PRFs, and Prolonged Pain was just broken. It's still quite good. A 9 durability, 1 to 5 range Nos that you can activate on player phase to increase your bulk. There's just a turn you can choose to have him delete everything in sight. And because I'm not using fucking Basil of Baker Street, we could also just give him the dark magic, because he's a dark magic user. We could give him the dark magic Nosferatu. So, you know, that's another way to Nos tank. Oh, right. It has extra might equal to his lost HP. I forgot about that. When I saw the sprite, I thought he was a bard. He is a muse. He's basically a bard. He's also a trainee, which unfortunately means he can't just use a pay raise, but in 7 levels he gets a mount. So that's pretty cool. I imagine he'll be seeing some use in this run. I've not used him before, because the cast is, you know, a lot of people and I just didn't have room. But I imagine this will be the first time. Anything I'm missing about him? Oh, right, we haven't even looked at his growths. Like, they're trainee coded, 13 magic at base, not great, but he has the highest magic growth in the game. I don't know. He seems alright, like very trainee coded. Maybe we won't get long-term use out of him. 13 magic, 12 defense. He has that Nos though. Like he has that super Nos tank. 110 magic and HP. Yeah, the trainees all have 110 and 2 stats. They're all very min-maxed in terms of their growths. He's missing an I. Well, that's because his name is spelled Z-E-O, not Z-I-E-O. Okay, we have a new unit to unit review. Unari is here. Unari is your classic sort of hero character. Her speed stat is a little bit underwhelming. And her strength stat is underwhelming, but you know, hero. Just kind of okay stats all around, to be honest. 2 leadership stars, though, that's cool. And the Rapid Injector, it's a heal that Gale forces you. That's pretty cool. I think this is, like, fine? I don't think it's the greatest thing ever, but it basically is better used as a way for her to, as a movement tool for herself, rather than as a healing tool, like 20 heal. It's fine. The real sauce is Will to Live. Adjacent enemies have 0 AS. This means Unari's speed stat herself doesn't really matter unless she's fighting at 2 range, which she probably shouldn't be. But it also means she can function as kind of support unit. And especially with Rapid Injector as a movement tool, she can kind of get to where you want and help you to double otherwise fast enemies. 16 defense is more than I would expect. Yeah, it's more than you would expect on a hero. At this point in the game, it's not great. It is actually... It's actually probably pretty fine, now that I think about it. Yeah, it's one less than Aigo's base. Okay, never mind. It's actually probably pretty fine. And 47 HP. Okay, Unari's actually kind of bulky. It's just not something I associate with her, I guess because of the class. But yeah, she's actually fairly bulky. Enemies when they're standing next to both Tower and Unari. The 0 res is diabolical. You say that, but look at how many characters of ours have 0 or 1 digit res, right? Like, resistance is a commonly zeroed out stat. For my first run, Unari and Acielle were my primary tanks. I like the idea of magic, like of most people having 0 or almost no resistance, though. Like, it's one of my favorite design things that games will do. She can't be doubled at 1 range, which matters for some foes. Yeah, like, look, this assassin should double her, but he doesn't. Like, that's pretty good. Alright, Betrayer unit review. He's got a little smiley face. Scheme. Double number of attacks if there are no allies within 4 tiles. He's just a warrior with, like, okay stats, okay offensive stats, right? Low speed, but Unari fixes that. Okay strength, okay defense. You know, 54 HP, 12 defense is okay bulk. But he leaves you after, like, 3 Ellerie maps or something? 4 Ellerie maps? 3 or 4 Ellerie maps. He's not around for endgame. He is, like, the filler unit of all time. Similar to Unari, he's like, oh, I have a slot left, I might as well Betrayer, I guess. And he can, like, quad stuff if he's alone, or double stuff if he's alone, more likely, because speed moment. I don't think he's very good. I think this is one of the worst units in the game, but he's also very fucking funny. Like, even without the availability penalty, it's kind of like, what does he even do? But with the availability penalty, he's probably, like, bottom 2, because Gil exists. What do you mean he's not good? Look at him, he's praying for your health. Yeah, look! I suspect he could betray us. Oh my god, he doesn't even have his bonus. Go back. And now we have Zubalai. Zubalai's another one of those just break your brain units, right? Her stats? Its stats? Their stats? What's Zubalai's pronouns? I don't actually know. I'm gonna use there to be safe. Zubalai's stats are pretty good. They also have like a weird thing with you can choose weapons to be good against every turn, and they can use every weapon type, and they have different sprites whenever. When less than 5 damage taken, plus 33 strength and speed. This seems super conditional. Oh, wait, no, it means just at full HP. Okay, I thought it meant you had to take 5 or less damage. Like a fucking, the way you evolve Galarian mummy Pokemon, right? No, you can see right now, it's active. Plus 33% speed, plus 33% strength. So it's when 5 or less, so at 50 HP or higher, she will have that up and running. Also every possible weapon type, so like that's cool. E-rank Dark is funny. Yeah, they're cool. I kind of used it as a generic weapon slot. They have stats, like much like Aigo. And being able to just guarantee, like, hey, this weapon sucks against me is pretty cool. Like, we could just... Well, the Crystal Lance, that's a bad example, because the Crystal Lance is guaranteed. But we can make the bow suck against us. And that's probably what I'll do. So we go ward against bows. And then start attacking the tent. And you'll notice now I look like a warrior for some reason. And I get Bowbreaker, which is cool. There's enemy crystal weapons and autograph enemies, so you still have to be careful. Yeah, I mean, also 55 HP, 14 defense, right? Like, that's also something. I don't know. They seem okay. I haven't used them long term, so I could be wrong, but they seem like okay. This feels like it should have been the gameplay finale. But Kalugo is here, so let's talk about Kalugo. Funny mogul jockey, chicken jockey. Anyway, he's a bow user, bow and light magic. Kanto plus because he's on a mogul. A rank bows, B rank light. His bow combat is definitely better than his light combat because his strength is better than his magic, but overall his offenses are kind of lacking. You really need to take advantage of clean shot. The 15 extra damage makes the difference between kills and chip. Although even then, I find that his strength is often lacking, that unless you give him a good bow, sometimes the 15 is not enough. It's the same with light, and getting no foes within 3 range of the target is a harder condition to meet than you would think. It basically means he has to be the last one to attack someone out of a group, and I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't know. Kalugo's funny. I used him in my streamed playthrough because he's thumbnail bait. Like, he's perfect thumbnail bait. He also has pass. Pass is good for this map because it's a escort mission, right? I don't really know. I don't really like him. I think he's pretty bad. He can also telescope. Not with 22 strength, he can't. With telescope, he's relying on crits, and unlike Hagendire, he doesn't have an actual good crit rate with it, right? Even with the 66 skill boost, it becomes like a 50-50, because it's so low might. Remember, it's foes within 3 range of the target, so him being far away doesn't matter. It's like this guy, 1, 2, 3, he's safe. 1, 2, 3, you know. These first few are sort of set up to show you. Like, hey, look, bonus damage, right? He kills this guy. Meanwhile, well, I guess he kills this guy, but they're set up to make him look better than he actually is. I don't find his stats to be all that impressive for this point in the game. I don't know. He's funny. Like, you can use him. Everyone is usable. But he's you know, he's whatever. Telescope gives you +3, but more important than that, Telescope is an infinite use bow and he's just a bows unit. Yeah, I guess. It's low might though, right? Like, I have so many memories of, because I put the Telescope on him, and I have so many memories of him just failing to hit the 1-round thresholds. Even against flyers, he couldn't kill them with the Telescope, right? So, you know, maybe it's personal experience, but his stats are just... I guess he's got 55 growth, right? He can go on that coin flip moment. If you want a Telescope guy, he can do that. Look, everyone hates Hagendire, but like Hagendire is just better at telescoping than Kalugo. So why is Kalugo Telescope what we're gassing up? Like, if you want a bow unit, there's so many better options. Yvette is right there. Yeah, he has Canto Plus. I don't know. I just don't like this guy. I don't think... I mean, I like the meme, right? I think he's funny. Gameplay-wise, though, he just feels underwhelming. He wants big strength bows other than Telescope. Yeah. I mean, he starts with a crystal bow, right? And that's enough for him to, you know, 44 times 2 moment. Oh, we should probably do unit reviews for Rosetta's squad. Sure. Fuck it. Fill the time with something, right? So Rosetta has Charm and Miracle. She's the lord of the Rosetta army. Her stats are kind of cool. She has S-rank swords and a Bow Dow, which gives extra speed, defense, and res. It's uncounterable. There's 8 of them. You can trade the shield projector around if you want. Rapier, kind of cool. 70 HP, so it's not like she's frail either. And Charm is nice. 3 leadership stars are nice. She has a really good base weapon rank and a really good sword. Yeah, S-rank swords, you know, so she can use all of the swords when we eventually get there. I don't know. Seems pretty good. I don't know why... For some reason, she's not on the tier list, but that's okay. Seems pretty good. Heavy Bread is fine. He's a trickster. He can use the Chuko Nu to kill stuff. Definitely the frailest of Rosetta's squad, but he's got Pass, Canto Plus, and Acrobat. He's fine. I think he's... You know, you delete something with Chuko Nu and then Canto out. He's also a staffer. So once we get access to staffs, he can do like some healing and stuff. That's pretty cool. He's fine. Speedwell is the Jagan of this squad. And you can see that with his growths, right? Other than speed, because he's Speedwell, his growths aren't really great. But he's still useful, because he can save your people. So even once his stats fall off, you can use him as a savior bot, and that's super useful. Also, all the S-rank weapons and the Fire Emblem. So, like, that's something. Jagan, he has Seth-ass stats. Yeah, I mean, Seth's the Jagan. I don't know. These are very Jagan-coded growths. He's obviously the Jagan. But, like, he's one of those Jagans that you still deploy even once they fall off. Because he's got a leadership star and savior. So that's, like, you know, utility. Encroacher is kind of cool. I actually like Encroacher's gimmick. She's got really low strength, but her skill is phenomenal with the auto grip. And she comes with crit weapons to show you She wants to be the crit bot. Crit boost and killing machine. Crit boost and killing machine. She'll just crit everything. She's also frail, but she honestly dodge tanks fairly well. And of course, she has a leadership star. But the strongest unit in this army is the Curate. The Curate has Vantage Plus and Frenzy. Basically, once the Curate gets low enough on HP, he just fucking kills everything with Vantage Plus. Curate also has a bug. Fun fact, she usually gets 14 auto levels in vanilla, but 0%. 9 magic is way too low. Well, normally his magic is higher, but he got a little bit bugged. Because normally he gets some auto levels, but he got a little bit bugged out. Still, if you train him up, right? He can just one-shot everything, and it's kind of phenomenal. Empress unit review time, though. Empress is so fucking cracked, y'all. Empress is so fucking cracked. So chicken, right? Obviously, she has the best stats of the chickens. But also, she's got probably the best ability, After Image. The way that After Image works, it unfortunately doesn't combo with Plucker's Gift, but you use After Image to... You pay 4 movement to create a disposable copy of yourself that gets an action, and then when it moves or dies, you teleport back to where you After Imaged as the regular Empress, and you can act again. And so she basically gets like 3 actions per turn with After Image. It's so stupidly good. Auto refreshes herself, tons of movement. Like, After Image is one of those skills that takes a pretty big amount of like focus to figure out like how do I best use Empress and all of Empress's actions this turn. And it's hard to sort of explain and put into words. Because it has so much flexibility, right? You can use it to basically like free Canto, teleport back to a spot and move, like kill people in range, but then you teleport back to where you After Imaged. You can use it just to attack the same boss multiple times because the After Image isn't going to get countered. The After Image has different stats and growths as well. And I think it's like Empress's speed growth is 0 as an After Image. So if you level up as After Image, you don't boost speed or something, but it doesn't matter because Empress's stats alone are good enough and After Image is so fucking stupid good. They have Dazzle and 0 speed. Right, that's where Dazzle comes from for John 16. This is the best Part 3 unit. It's better than Super Soldier. Well, I also don't think Super Soldier's very good. But yeah, I think Empress is the best Part 3 unit. She's in fact the only Part 3 unit I ranked above C tier. Because even though she's only in 5 maps, so like very much, you know, availability moment, the amount she contributes in those maps is more than any other character, I think. 10 plus 6 plus 2 moves, so she travels far. Yeah, and if you Plucker's Gift, that's 12 plus 8 plus 4. You don't get an extra After Image after Plucker's Gift, but I do still think she's a very good user of the Plucker's Gift. So, you know, there's that. She's just so stupid good. Kill stuff that is problematic without leaving yourself in danger. Because After Image has the same inventory, she attacks 3 times with Piercing Guard, only getting countered on the 3rd time. Yup. It's something. I didn't give her the Piercing Bite. It's on John 16. Fuck. Oh, wait. You have Piercing Bite. It's just John's big one is on John. That's okay. We have Piercing Bite. That'll probably be good enough. Like, Empress will just kill everything anyway. Oh, and right, she gets sword access too, if you care about that. So she can, like, flame sword wooden enemies, I guess. Sword Chicken is funny, even if it does jack shit. Flame sword, I think, is the only use case, because it's an effective damage. But otherwise, yeah, I agree. Like, who cares? It's kind of a big who cares moment. I guess it's another thing on top of everything else she has going for her. Empress is so fucking stupid good. But on the topic of the Act 3 units, we have 3 to talk about. The first 2 are available in preps. Dazzle Dart and Big Bird have a gimmick where you can choose which army to send them to. They can either be in Oriana's army or Ellerie's army, up to you. I think typically people send Dazzle Dart with Ori and Big Bird with Ellerie, but you can send either way. And the reason that people like Dazzle Dart with Oriana is Dazzle Dart can participate in the chicken triangle attack as a chicken. So all the other 3 chickens go with Oriana. So Dazzle Dart being like the 4th of them is sort of the reason for that. Dazzle Dart is a bow chicken, can use bow and monster weapons, and has some interesting skills. So Bird of Prey is +1 to minimum range, and then gives you the ability to basically Gale Force off of dealing effective damage. You don't have to kill, you just have to deal effective damage. And Dazzle Dart has access to a lot of different effective damage. Obviously, bows are anti-flyer, but also Spellbang can deal anti-magic. The Flaming Bow can deal anti-wood. And the Sharp Claw is a rapier, right? So you have a lot of different ways of dealing effective damage with Bird of Prey and sort of Gale Forcing yourself. And you want to try to get those extra actions as often as possible, both because extra actions are good, and because you have Soaring Eagle. After 4 rounds of combat, you can use Airborne for 1 turn, and you gain 1 round. And you gain Flight, +8 bow range, and the Luna effect. This is a great way to just delete bosses from super far away. Dazzle Dart can use Crushing Bite. Yes, but it will be +1 range, so it's 2 range Crushing Bite. But Crushing Bite's also not effective, so Dazzle Dart doesn't want to Crushing Bite. Dazzle Dart wants to use effective weapons as often as possible. Like, despite being able to use monster weapons, I think outside of the Sharp Claw, she doesn't want any other monster weapons. Because anytime you're not dealing effective damage, I guess for your second attack, you could, like, effective damage and then Crushing Bite. But I just like having as much effectiveness as possible. Crushing Bite doesn't seem good when you already have a way to pierce defense, right? At 8 range, or sorry, it's at 10 range, because 11 range, because +1 to minimum range on regular bows. So this is just a really good way to delete, I mean, I say bosses, any problematic enemy that's super far away, you can just pierce them and kill them. Especially because you're probably doubling with 29 speed and an 80% speed growth. The rest of her growths are not super impressive to me. 23 defenses though, like Dazzle Dart's surprisingly bulky for being a 23 HP unit. Dashuda is her best weapon because it's got the rapier effect. You've already got a rapier effect in Monster Claws. Like, you can give her the shooter if you want. But I think you probably kill with Sharp Claw anyway. I guess if someone else is using your Sharp Claws, because, like, we have John as well, but John has her own Sharp Claw, right? So how many Sharp Claws are we using up? Because she comes with her own. I don't know. I loaded her up with bows, because I think bows are just sort of the way that you use this unit. Surprisingly, I'm fucking bow-pilled. Sadly, Dazzle Dart cannot use ballistas. Only humans can use ballistas because of anti-chicken racism. You get 3 copies of Sharp Claws in the campaign. Yeah, and there's basically 3 characters that want, or I guess 4 technically if you want Joe and Empress to use one, but I think Joe's mostly on breath weapons, right? So like it's basically John, Dazzle Dart, and Empress, and you might not even be using all 3 of them. Anti-Iosaf racism. Oh, can Iosaf use monster weapons? I guess technically they're a 4th contender. I don't know. Are you using 3 different characters that want Sharp Claw such that Sharp Claw is stretched out that much? I don't think so. I really don't think so. You're probably not using 3 different characters who want Sharp Claw. Yeah, Iosaf can't use ballistas either. Can they use monster weapons? Like, genuine question. I don't know. Because they use the rock. But I don't know if the rock is, like, monster or just personal. I know it's personal, but I don't know if it, like, indicates they can use monster weapons. I don't think they can. I think they have to use axes and bows. I don't think so, yeah. Like, they are a monster, but not like a monster. But yeah, I like Dazzle Dart. I like Dazzle Dart a lot. Obviously, being an Act 3 unit, she does have steep competition. I think if you haven't trained up a lot of Ori units, then Dazzle Dart's a pretty good contender for going Ori route, because like I said, the chicken triangle attack. I sent her on Ellerie route specifically for this map, because we have to kill 3 very far away bosses. And they're all pretty hard, so piercing their defense at +8 range seems pretty good. But I think most people, from what I hear, most people agree with me that Ori route is like the way to go, typically for Dazzle Dart, because it feels right, right? Meanwhile, Big Bird feels like a Ellerie unit. He also feels like a very silly unit. Book Zerker. Statted like a Berserker, you know, high strength. Better defense than I would expect from a Berserker. Low skill. Low speed, which is the unfortunate part. You don't double. But you might notice Book Zerker has books. Yes, he's not just an axe user, he's also a tome user. That's pretty fucking funny. The low skill is very unfortunate. Statted like a mage armor. He is statted like a mage armor because he actually has like decent magic. You know, he's got more strength, but decent magic. His luck is 24 for hit. Doesn't skill give more than luck? 2 hit versus luck gives 1, right? 1 hit, yeah. He has renewal. Renewal is actually really fucking good on a unit with 70 HP. 1/3 of 70 is like over 20, right? It's like 23. That's a lot of HP to heal per turn, right? Like that's usually gonna be 1 round of combat. Sadly we don't get to use his magic growth. 100%! 100%! 70% strength growth too, by the way. His growths are good in the areas where his base is already good, right? It's what you expect out of a pre-promote like this, right? The real question is, how can he read books? I'm pretty sure that's asked in his character description, because he's blind. No, there's a convo between him and Ellerie. He's the learner. He is the learner, because Filiomath is the learner's skill. So, Filiomath. Fire gives him extra bulk when it's equipped. Thunder cannot miss, so it gets around his bad skill stat, and gives him 75 crit. Which is why I've got him loaded up with bolting. I think he's a very good user of bolting for that reason. Wind gives him full move Canto, so he can Canto 8 tiles after using wind. And water gives him plus 20 AS, so it gets around his attack speed. The only water tome I believe is Wide Water. I don't think there's any other water tomes, but it's Wide Water. Wind magic is so bad he'll just miss with it. I mean, he only has 8 skill, but wind magic is, oh, well, no, it's not. I'm thinking of fucking vanilla. with the 60 hit. People encouraged me to purchase skill boosters for him, because if you want to go high on bird, there is the Eagle Roast vendor in 17X, and that's sort of the way that you fix his skill, is just buy a bunch of Eagle Roast. We have, I think, 2 Eagle Roasts at base, 3 Eagle Roast. So we can boost his skill by 6, up to 15, which is manageable, even though it's not great. Like, looking at our other characters, right? 15 skill is not terrible. Would auto grip do anything for him? Boosting up his hit with auto grip would also do something for him. Of course, that's gonna make the Hagendire fans upset. But yes, auto grip plus 20 hit would actually do something for him. That's functionally 10 skill, right? I didn't even bother with him on my run. I just used Fire and Thunder. Yeah, because Fire and Thunder have decent enough hit rates anyway, that with his bad skill, he's probably pretty good with them. Dicer of Dan, like, being brave is something he appreciates at least, because he's not doubling without bravery, right? We have a second copy of Widewater, I believe. Yeah, we have a second copy of Widewater that we could give him as well. If we want to boost his speed that way. 28 defense, 21 resistance. Yeah, because the boosts from fire, kind of gross. Sal's surprise, kaboom. 6 Sid 6 Slicer is neat. He has a support with Locust, but Locust is not recruitable. That's more just a flavor thing. Yeah, I like Bird. He again falls into the Act 3 problem of availability, plus you've probably trained up other people, but at least he has a really interesting gimmick, and I think both of his skills are quite good. It's just, you do have to work around the skill stat. Surely Locust recruit for 3.0. Yes, we'll get to recruit Locust in the final map, where she shows up. Support with an NPC. Hey, Olwyn Archetype! Olwyn Archetype! Thunder Mage with support with the NPC. Olwyn Archetype. Honestly, worth considering just not even giving him an axe. Like, because his magic combat has all the extra effects. The axe combat just goes off of his high strength. Sadly, no playable rogue. There'll be Penton Louise in the side quill, trust me. Is there a Cerulean side quill getting worked on? I would imagine there can't be a direct sequel because, you know, the Ellerie versus Oriana endings, they contradict each other, right? As to, we have the spoiler warning pinned, I can say it. Whether or not you kill Ellerie is up to the player. Did you hear about CC2? Oh, so there actually is a CC2? Revayon's doing CC2, which is neither a sequel nor in the same place. Makes sense, makes sense. I mean, I'm interested. This game is phenomenal, so I am, of course, interested. I guess I'll play it in like 20 years when it comes out, because ROM hacks are slow to develop, because they're like largely a one-man show. I mean, it's a communal effort while also being a one-person thing, right? It's an alt history following Gecko. Yo, wait, Gecko! I love Gecko! Gecko's one of my favorites. We Gale Force trained her up. She got speed screwed in my stream playthrough. It was so fucking funny. Anyway, that's that. Now let's move on to this map. This map's pretty difficult. For anyone who wasn't here at the start, oh, right, we have another unit review. Sorbet! I forgot about Sorbet. Sorbet is forced Ellerie route. So Sorbet is a Lich. One thing I think is kind of a little bit underrated about Sorbet in the staffer form is the fact that they, as a staffer, most of the good staffers are forced to go Oriana route, And so it's sometimes worth it. Like, yes, you have staffs on Ellerie and you have Nerysa, but if you want a second staffer without taking away Ellerie's power of leadership, Sorbet is a very tempting deploy because 21 magic S-rank staffs, S-rank light as well, makes them, you know, a very usable staffer on a route where you lose access to Chalice, you lose access to Tasel, you lose access to, Murky. So, like, the good staffers, I guess if you've made Lindros a staffer, right? Like, if you're not doing combat with him. Lindros has good offenses, but with light magic. Oh, yeah, they've got the high magic, okay speed. Their gimmick is alter ego. This is kind of a poor taste DID joke. Reveilled has said it's not their best work, so I don't want to like harp on it too much. You know, everyone sometimes makes off-color jokes by accident, but I don't like it. But it allows them, and it's really cool gameplay-wise, to change into a combat form. So this is Sorbet combat form. They lose all of their weapon ranks and use monster weapons instead, which I guess they're another one who wants the rapier claw, right? And they get the Cyclops skill. If the foe has less HP than Sorbet, Sorbet gets 99 attack. And so basically, it makes them one-shot things, right? It makes them one-shot things. They gotta keep their HP up in order to use it, because 80 HP, but 0 defense and res, right? The biggest problem with them is 16 speed, 0 defense and res. Yeah, they lose that HP quickly, but their HP values are actually tracked separately. Unleash is a free action, you can do it at any time, and it doesn't cost anything. But they will only ever permanently die if both forms die. Their HPs are shared, or are not shared, so you can switch between them if you're, like, worried that one's gonna take, you know, damage or whatever. If one dies, they just transform into the other form. So if Lich Sorbet dies, he just transforms into Unleashed Sorbet, right? Behemoth Sorbet. So I think this is a very fucking fun unit. I used him on my first playthrough. And I'm planning on using him in this playthrough. I think at the very least, they are just another staffer for Ellerie route. If you know, if you need another staffer for Ellerie route, which I think it's likely you do. You know, you have mages that promote into staffer, but also Lindros is an amazing combat unit. So wasting Lindros' time doing staffing isn't exactly ideal. Thyme doesn't really have very good magic, and Ellerie has better things to do. So really the only staffer is Nerysa. And like, she's a good staffer. She's 2 staffers, in fact. But she can't be everywhere at once. And so having Sorbet as an option is nice. And then, you know, they come with the bonus of being able to just delete something. Lindros is amazing at both roles. Yeah, but like, why would you... I feel like I prefer doing combat Lindros to doing staffer Lindros. But, you know, I don't know. I think that their staffing is the most tempting part of them, and the Behemoth feels like a bonus. The only staff Lindros wants to use is Rescue after Lunge. That is a very good piece of tech. Like, I like that. But if Lindros clicks Physic, I feel like that's an enemy that could have died this turn that didn't. Is why I don't like Lindros as a staffer. It's not that I think Lindros is bad at staffing. You know, it's not like Thyme, where I'm like, Thyme, you're not full healing people, you fucking garbage. Lindros is full healing people. I think Lindros is very good at staffing. But I think the opportunity cost is you didn't kill someone with Lindros this turn. And sometimes you don't need to kill people with Lindros. Like, that is... On turns where Lindros, like, I'll throw a Physic on Lindros for turns where he's not doing stuff, where he doesn't have something better to do. But I also feel like if you can't find something better for the dude with 10 range lunge Gale Force to do, you're not looking hard enough. Lindros can always kill stuff. Like, that's my opinion. But maybe I'm underutilizing Physic Lindros. or wave Lindros, because high magic, right? Like, that full heals the entire party. I guess that would go good with Behemoth Sorbet, because it'll heal him with 80 HP. But yeah, I like Sorbet. Again, Act 3 units. Lindros has nothing to do because they already 3-turned the map. But I realized something. We have to redo Gil Goldfist's unit review, because I was missing some information about him. It doesn't actually make him, like, good. He's still the worst unit in the game. But I did miss some stuff. So Gil Goldfist is here. For anyone who doesn't know, Gil Goldfist is the chosen one that Chixin keeps talking about. So he is recruited mutually exclusively with Chixin. You can only recruit Gil Goldfist if, at the end of Chapter 20, Chixin is either dead or unrecruited. And Gil uses all of Chixin's weapons, right? These are the bases, though, right? These are the awful, awful, awful bases. Okay, Romhack Est, he probably has super stupid, ridiculous growths. Yeah, not so much. He has some of the worst growths in the game. Like, these are genuinely terrible growths. Tower, your Jagan, and Rohesia, your other Jagan, have better growths than Gil Goldfist. And you can't even promote Gil Goldfist because his class, Lord, is considered a trainee class. So he promotes at level 10. Instead, you can't give him a pay raise, right? You can't just promote him. He's unpromoted, he's a trainee, he promotes at level 10. When he promotes at level 10, he instantly gets 15 move. He also gets a bunch of other stats. But the gimmick is, because his only skill is Certain Blow, which is plus 10 hit when initiating. That's garbage. Like, that's not the Certain Blow that we want. That's... Certain Blow can at times be a very good skill when it's like 30, 40, that sort of thing. 10? No, thank you. So his gimmick is if you train him up, he gets capped move, and he can use all of Chixin's swords without needing to gain move through kills the way that Chixin does. Of course, he's got worse stats than Chixin, and Chixin gains the defense status through kills as well, which Gil Goldfist cannot. I already don't like the units that join in Act 3 because, you know, availability moment. But, Gil is... I mean, he's a joke unit, right? Yes, he's the worst unit in the game, but that's not, like, bad design. He's intentionally really fucking bad. Certain Blow certainly blows. It certainly does. But yeah, the gimmick is if you want to train him up, you can get him to 10. Honestly, even with the army split, deployment slots are sometimes pretty tight. Like, there are units who benefit from it. You know, like, oh, I might as well deploy, like, you know, Sorbet, for example. But Gil is not one of those units. Like, you're giving up a deployment slot with how fucking cracked CC units are overall. Giving up a slot for Gil just so that you can train him up and eventually get that 15 move. And by the way, his stats will still be garbage. Like, yes, he gains good stat gains on promotion, but his growths are bad, his bases are bad. The stat gains on promotion are not enough to make up for it. This is not the Tearing Saga trainee. This is not that moment. Gil is just bad. He certainly blows. That's kind of all I got to say about Gil Goldfist, though, because also remember, you're giving up Chixin for this. You can recruit Chixin and then kill it off, if you want, I guess. If you save every stat booster, he'll only be slightly behind other units. Hey, if anything, this run shows just how unnecessary stat boosters are. And growths, honestly, and growths. Somebody in chat said, with growths and the cracked promo bonuses, Gil Goldfist becomes just good enough. I have a hard time believing that, but even if that were true, you're spending at least 2 maps, and 2 very hard maps, because he's on Ellerie route. So you have the beach map, which we one-turned, but if you don't one-turn, it's very hard. And then you have the war crime map, which is probably the hardest map in the game. You're spending those 2 to train him to have just another unit who's okay on the boat map and Ellerie endgame. Because there's like 4 Ellerie maps left. I guess technically you have like Betrayer endgame and Oren endgame as well. But it's just like, it feels like why fucking bother? It really feels like why fucking bother? Gold is a soft metal, so a gold fist would be pretty bad. He is the chosen one, though. He is the chosen one. Pain. Is he even deployable in Oren endgame? Yeah, he is. I'm in Oren endgame right now. I have a Gil Goldfist save state in Oren endgame. We can show him off. But yeah, Oren endgame is weird because it's a combination of Ellerie units and Oriana units. And never mind, he lived. He's a good unit. He's a good unit. Never mind, he lived. He's a good unit. That's the unit review. He's good. He lived. Don't pay attention to anything else. He lived. He's good. Clearly fucking S tier. Oh, never mind. Fuck being born on this piece of shit place. Fuck all the fucking piece of shit people. Fuck everything. But Maurice is here. He's an executioner. Which means he gets swords and anima. Basically an unmounted mage knight. Maurice is, I guess he's kind of the Oriana route Goto. The closest thing they have, at least, because we do get one other unit, but she's a utility unit. His stats are a little bit unimpressive. 28 speed is phenomenal, but otherwise not great. But he has a skill that sort of makes up for that. His sword range is 4, or I guess 2, or it can be a 1 to 5 for the magic swords. So like he can, even though he's not dealing a ton of damage with each attack, he can safely double by using swords at like 4 range or 5 range. And that's pretty fucking cool. That's kind of all I've got to say about him though. Like, he's fast. This is the only time I've seen Executioner be used as a class. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard of him before. It's like a unique Maurice class. I used him long term, and by long term I mean on this map and then the following 2 maps, because he's only available for 3 maps. I don't think he's very good, but I do think he's probably better than an untrained Oriana unit. He also offers 2 leadership stars, which I guess is cool. The main thing is just, it's long-range chip, right? Long-range chip, doubling. He's probably not killing anything, but he has the Zelda sword beams. That's kind of all there is. Also, you can use the S-rank swords. So, like, if you want to have a 1 to 5 range Bulong, is that what it's called? Pulong? I gave it to Oriana. Powlang. I mean, it's not like he needs the plus 15 speed. He's already at 28. He's doubling fucking everything. His growths don't make up for his bad stats, but he's just filler. I think you get an extra slot after this. So, like, might as well. He usually finds slot as a filler for me. Yeah, he's like sort of the definition of a filler unit. If you count the Ellerie map, he's available for 4 maps. Yeah, there's the end game where they fight each other. Ori versus Ellerie. His bad stats. Yeah, 18 strength at the end of the game is not a good place to be. Like, look, that's 4 more strength than Tasel, who joined at the halfway point. Before the halfway point. His stats are bad. Like, aside from speed, his stats are bad. I don't know why that's controversial to say. 18 strength, 16 magic, 10 defense. 16 res, I guess, is good. Because res tends to be a lower stat, but it's still not anything that I'm writing home about. Like, it's not like he's magically bulky with that 48 HP. He's a chip bot. And, like, he's a good chip bot. He's good at dealing chip, but he's not securing kills on his own, at least. And he's certainly not taking on multiple foes on enemy phase. The Executioner can't kill people. There's irony there. Yeah, he doesn't even have the Execute skill. That's Murky's personal skill. That's kind of funny. Don't most good weapons have 14 might by the time we get here? Yeah, he's still not killing stuff. Look, he's got a silver weapon to start out, right? That's a 12 might weapon. Okay, he kills this guy. He kills a fucking Entombed. Boo fucking who. I can't reach any actually strong enemies, just the Entombed. You can use him to kill the Entombed, but you're not going to kill actually difficult foes. I think 18 strength is pretty abysmal at that point, at this point in the game. Like, if you need to load him up with all your best weapons, it's just the fucking, Coronas discourse again. If you need to load someone up with all of your good weapons in order for them to do meaningful damage, then their stats are not what's carrying them. Anyway, he's still filler. Like, he's still good filler. Just don't expect him to be the sort of like Athos pilled Goto. Is useful, but his uses are limited. Now that you mention it, he really is just Coronas. He only has slightly better base stats than Hagendire. And remember, Hagendire has Provoke, like one of the best skills of all time. Bow and staff access in addition to swords. And joined at about the halfway point. He joins in what, chapter 15? 16? 16, I think. So he joined about 5-6 chapters ago? Like, Maurice just hasn't scaled up in the way that your growth units will. And Hagendire is, Hagendire, if you don't account for his skill, does have unimpressive stats. It's just that his Provoke and his Versatile helps to boost his bulk. Well, but Versatile also boosts killing power on bows. Maurice is mainly a chip bot that can't be countered, but that's nice though, right? Like, I think unless you're struggling with like, oh shit, I trained up 17 different people who went to Ori route, I think Maurice is almost always gonna find a place on the team. He's just never gonna be a linchpin. A chip bot that can't be countered, just use Justice? Base Hagendire has more defense than Maurice. Even before factoring in Versatile? Wait, you're right, it's 14, isn't it? It's 14 before Versatile, isn't it? That's actually so fucking funny. That's actually so fucking funny. And remember, Hagendire is a unit that many people, myself included, underestimated. Oh, he fails to kill from 5 range. We have to use the Silver Sword. Because of how unimpressive his stats are. Still, we get the Zelda swoosh. I like Maurice's animations. First. Chief, it's an honor to be personally fighting with you for the first time. I allow you to show why I'm more than worthy of leading your Indus troops. I'm pretty much the best. Yeah, you know, there are some chatters who would agree with that. I personally am not one of them. But this is this is Guard. Very different. Soldier and Guard, very different characters. Soldier's from Burger King, Guard is from CC. This is Guard. Guard is the Goto of Ellerie route. And unlike Maurice, I think she really, like, fits the Goto role. You'll notice her stats are really good. 30 strength, 30 skill, 30 speed. And 30 crit, you know, plus 30 crit, might as well. This is like whatever, because I'll be honest, 30 speed and 30 strength, if you're using a good weapon, you're killing stuff anyway. Which is why 30 crit, you just crit overkill usually. I guess it can stop you from getting counterattacked sometimes, which is cool. But for the most part, it's just like kill stuff, right? Kill stuff the unit. Very high growths too, the funny 150 and everything. And while Guard's bulk looks a little bit unimpressive, 10 defense, 5 resistance, 60 HP means she's actually bulkier than she appears, and she has the miracle skill, which means the way that it works in this is it's not chance-based, it's guaranteed. If your HP is higher than 1, you don't die. So, like, you know, that's they're not the bulkiest unit out there, but they are bulkier than these defensive stats would make you to believe. She's, you know, she can take a few hits. Also worth noting, 10 move. This is more than your cavalry gets, right? So Guard has a lot of movement, has good combat stats, has a good combat skill, and also a crit bonus and a leadership star just for funsies. Fine, right? Like, I think Guard is fine. I think Guard, much like Maurice, finds a spot on the team, especially if you're using Qiulan or Betrayer, who both leave, right? I've seen some people say Guard is like top 10 units or something ridiculous. She's around for 3 maps. She's around for 3 maps and she's purely a combat unit. And like, you know, she's a combat unit with 10 move. 10 move is nice, but at the end of the day, she is still purely a combat unit. Even if Guard was around for all of Act 3, I don't think I would be super high on her. Just because all she's really got going for her is combat stats. And if what you want is someone who can kill stuff, Sorbet will kill stuff. Like, Sorbet unleashes and just kills stuff, right? 6 move instead of 10, so there's a difference there, but I don't know. I'm not super sold on Guard as a unit. Very funny meme, right? The funny meme, Super Soldier, the world is not ready. And I know a lot of people are like big fans of soldiers, right? So Soldier Goto! And the growths are very funny. But as far as like being strong, everyone else in the cast has some sort of gimmick to them. And Guard's gimmick is just like stats the unit. Even Aigo, who was previously stats the unit, right? Has a gimmick. She's fine, but I like everyone else in the cast to use her. I think Guard finds a slot on a lot of teams just because of the structure of the game, right? But I think it's weird to say filler about a unit who's going to one-round everything she fights against, but that does kind of feel filler if that's all you're doing, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm the crazy person, but like, the CC cast is incredible. Guard also doesn't naturally have any extra turns, so does need to take the Seahawk flag for that, which is not the end of the world, but existing in the no dancer route, that does make it unfortunate. She's just kind of filler. I don't think it's weird. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who says that, because in previous streams, there was some Guard hyping of like, oh, the only Act 3 unit who's any good is Guard, and I'm like, I don't know, I prefer like Sorbet, I prefer Dazzle Dart, I prefer Blind Bird. Like, Guard is the Goto, but I'd kind of rather one of these guys. Ellerie can refresh. Yes, but Ellerie refresh is a lot more awkward for a unit that doesn't have Canto, because you do need to set up the position, right? So, I think Ellerie's refresh is much more useful for refreshing people who have Goto, or who have Canto. Because they can align themselves in such a way that Ellerie can refresh for them, whereas Guard does need to be, like, Guard could do this, right? And be in the spot for it, but then, like, oh, weapon triangle, right? So Guard does need to actually end turn in a spot for Ellerie refresh, which is a bit more of an ask when you have a lot of Canto units at this point. I mean, we don't because of Zero Growth's moment, but yeah. But that is true. You can refresh with Guard, and Seahawk flag, like I said, is an option. Like, I've got Seahawks on other people, but Guard does have S-rank lances, and like has the stats for Seahawk. I don't think Guard one rounds with Seahawk, but Guard can take down a weakened enemy with Seahawk pretty easily. 30-30. Like, 30-30 is impressive. We should do a Hellicent unit review. We kind of just talked about her, but Hellicent is a tactician. She has 4 leadership stars. She can give rallies to strength, magic, and defense, as well as +2 to all stats. This is a dance that buffs people. She takes 2 actions every turn, and she has tides. Tactician is truly the ROM hack class. Yeah, between Hellicent and Marlow, I mean, Hellicent's big issue is availability. She's around for Oriana endgame and Ellerie endgame, and that's it. Kind of too good to pass up, but very late unit. Yeah. Arguably, I wouldn't call her the Goto because you do get Maurice and Guard, but she sort of fits in that same idea of basically a free deploy around on just endgame. So how do you rate a unit like this? She's also not a combat unit. These stats are, I mean, she can't even use weapons, but you can use her to smuggle items between Ellerie and Oriana's armies, which is good. She starts with a light rune, pay 2k for a light rune. Light rune plus Hellicent. You do have to, so there's an interesting thing, right? You can recruit her as Ellerie and Oriana. If you recruit her as Oriana, she's more expensive for Ellerie. And if you don't recruit her as Oriana, she's less expensive for Ellerie, which is kind of neat. And from a flavor perspective, where she raises her price because she has better references. But that's about it. Good unit doesn't exist for a lot of the time. Does anyone have anything else to say? Hellicent's pretty self-explanatory, despite being a complex unit with all the rallies and tides, and she's a dancer, right? A dancer that gives inspiring song. Like a banger inspiring song. Strength, magic, defense is a good combo. And she gets to take 2 actions every turn, including the rallies. I don't know. Hellicent begs on their knees for Ellerie employment. I don't know. I've never turned down Hellicent as Oriana, so I don't know how it goes. There we go. Here's where I've currently got people. Although I think Guard probably goes down a little bit. Foxberry's not better than Guard. Hellicent is such a fucking weird one, right? Hellicent is such a fucking weird one because she's in like 3 maps, but she's a dancer rally bot. I feel like that's enough for B tier. You have to pay gold for her. Maybe like less than Krynia, like bottom of B tier. ROM hack tactician. Yeah, hold on, let me shrink this down so that I can actually see you while we chat. The top 5 I'm pretty much settled with, and I don't think anyone else is in S tier. Gil after being the worst unit. Yeah, I'm not ranking the custom units. I get why they're on the tier list because those are the 5 bodies, right? Hellicent is like, how do you rate a dancer that joins so late? Yeah, I mean, she runs into the weird problem of like, she's not a Goto, but she does have Goto availability. It's not just that she's a dancer. If she was just a dancer, Ellerie's route doesn't get a true dancer. They just get Ellerie, right? I don't know. You get so much extra turn shenanigans. Maybe Hellicent goes down to like C tier. I still think she's above everyone I have in C tier. But you have so many extra turn stuff. She's basically free deploy. That's why I think she's like either here or here. She's probably the hardest unit to rate. The tides are very good, that's true. Tides and rallies and dances. She's just barely in the game. And the dances are probably the least impressive part of her. Which is funny. I don't think that's a controversial top tier. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the ordering as well. I mentioned this, despite the route split, I consider all of these units to have perfect availability. And Qiulan, because she makes up for the chapter she misses by being on both routes. So I do consider this to be a perfect availability squad as well. Why is Betrayer so low? Oh, yeah, get up there. Get up like there. Brave Ballista's something. How is Gil so bad he's in his own tier? Were you not here for the Gil unit review? He's a joke unit. He's like, he joins you in part 3, so he's already got bad availability. He's got the worst bases and worst growths of anyone in the game. And you have to kill off Chixin to get him. John is weird to tier. Yeah, I don't even want to order the Johns within their own thing. Because I thought about ordering the Johns, but honestly, like, how good each John is going to depend on what other skills you get them. Right? They're so customizable, I don't think they're rateable. Because you could make a garbage John. You could make an intentionally bad John. And then, like, well, if you made a really bad John, they'd be, like, here. Like, above Gil. Right? I don't even know what you would do to make a really bad John. Like, the Centaur, probably? But the Centaur gets the benefit from the fact that it's a horse unit, and you can, like, choose its skills. Hagenair has a gold star for biggest improvement ever. Yeah, see, the thing is that what makes the difference for me for A tier, right? Hagenair joins 1, 2, 3 maps after Wisp. And is harder to, like, truly break things with. Well, not harder, because Provoke is stupid. But you do have to, I think you do have to give him, like, he wants stuff, right? Whether that's mana cubes, whether that's, the auto crit stuff. I also don't think the auto crit is very good. Like, if it's just the crit stuff, it's worse than Rohesia. Because it runs into the same problem of, in Act 3, the crit's basically pointless. But it also has the problem of 70 is not 100. I made Tarvos and give it the 2 movement boost so we can have Canto plus and 12 move. That sounds kind of ridiculous. I love it. She has 4 inventory slots. One day I'll do Sword White Sloth. I did Sword White in my second playthrough. It was kind of funny. Like, just being able to die constantly. And always revive itself. Yeah, I don't see anything else that I feel is completely out of order here. Maybe like this? I can see either or in terms of that. But I'm trying to keep my favoritism in check, because Telon's just fun. I don't know, chat, do you have anything that seems glaring or that you would move people around? Nothing looks wrong. Gecko's C tier feels about right. She's just sort of okay if you invest in her. I think she's good if you invest in her. I think Gecko's the best of the trainees. If you invest in her, it's just that Krynia is easier to train up. Cause Gale Force is nice. It's funny to see a trainee next to the Gotos. I think she's better than Pomelo, right? Maybe like here. Put 16 higher? I don't think so. 16 runs into like availability thing, and then also I don't think 16's combat is as good as like the 16 fans say it is. Like the join time's the biggest issue, but at that point, just being a combat unit is not really enough. She does have a movement skill in, or a bit of movement tech in Stalk Prey, at least. But like, Telon's been around all game. Oren has probably a better bit of movement tech, even if I don't think his movement tech is great. This is why I think maybe Telon above Joe, because Joe has the same availability problem as John, but is just like immortal, right? She's good at killing things, but you have plenty of units to kill things. Yeah. And I think she's a funny screenshot unit, right? If you get the right skill combo, but if you don't get the right skill combos, she's just sort of like generically good. And so I don't really know, like, are we looking for her ceiling? If she always got the right skill combo, then she'd be like here-ish, right? But without that, I think her combat's just generically good. Like, if she never gets the right skill combo, she's like down here, right? Because that's like where the late joiners that just do combat show up, and also Pomelo. You might get side-eyed for C tier Hellicent. Yeah, I had Hellicent in the bottom of B. I think this and this are both sort of like, I'm debating between it. This will probably get me yelled at less, but this is probably closer to how I feel. If you factor out the gambling skills, she's just a blob of stats with monster weapons. Yeah, the thing is the monster weapons are pretty competitive. Especially during the route split, you want them on the chickens, like Empress. And it's hard to like trade them between, unless you do convoy shenanigans. Which is part of why Tasel's up here, is convoy shenanigans. Because Qiulan technically can as well, but she has three item slots like fixed to her songs. I don't know. Empress with swords has some uses. Not really. Not really. Sword Empress feels like... What are we doing? I guess curved sword against axe, like the Cyclopses. I always forget she even has sword rank. I think the sword rank is nice on Dazzle Dart, since it gives her other effective options. Umbral Edge and curved sword for avoid. I think Empress wants to kill things. I don't think she wants to dodge. I think she wants to kill things. Like, most of what Empress is doing is not getting countered anyway because of Afterimage. I think Empress desperately wants to hang on to the monster weapons so she can use Afterimage with piercing, Afterimage with huge crit. I guess Umbral Sword does that as well. She can just Afterimage if you want to avoid getting hit. Yeah, the only reason I can see curved is if you end up in range of a Cyclops. I don't know. Maybe I'll staple this sort of combo. Yeah, I think I'm gonna staple this combo onto the end of the unit review. So if you have any thoughts you want presented in the unit review, now's the time to say them. Because this will be at the end of the unit review compilation on Ice Rider. Whipjack can't be D tier. Whipjack is my Skrunkly. He has a lot of funny boss combos. But unfortunately, he is just damage in a game where damage is not hard to come by. Oren got your back as underrated tech. I think it's appropriately rated. I think it's useful, but I think you have better movement skills. I think it's at its peak in the book map, and then when you have an opportunity for it elsewhere, it's nice. Because you gotta remember, he only gets one extra action. So you need to devote someone else to either rescuing or take dropping. Otherwise, he's not doing combat with his extra action. Francisca also feels like just sort of damage coded, since she's just a PRF on wings. Yes, but she does have wings. Maybe I'll put her under Raylin. I think the early flyers do sort of get A tier on their own for flight, because they do face mounted unit stat penalties, but they both can kind of get around them. She also has smite, she has a movement, I think the movement tech's better than Amaterasu, yeah. I forgot about smite. Well, swap. Is smite or swap better? I like smite better, it's 2 tiles. Wings are nice, and she has smite too. I mean, you can tell I'm a fucking elitist because I have I have Dune, Francisca, and Raylin all as A tier. Collision is also a skill that exists. I made some good use out of it in both my second playthrough and in the Zero Growths. I think Collision is a little bit underrated. Log has reposition. True. Acielle over Hellicent. Is that a Acielle over Hellicent moment? I always forget about Justice reposition, but maybe that's enough to move. I don't want to put Hellicent under Acielle. Or maybe I'll do this. I do think reposition is probably good. Dune is so good, even a flyer hater can see why she's good. Yeah. She's hard carried by the log. If Justice had a portrait on the tier list, then Acielle would be down here and Justice would be in B tier. But I do think Repo Justice, Disposableness of Justice is probably enough for B tier. You're right. She's relatively early as well. What's it, chapter 7? Yeah, because she joins before the bad ending. I think that's about it. Did we end up with Basil of Baker Street as the worst non-Gil unit? What do we think about Colugo versus Basil? I think Colugo's better. Because Colugo's a free deploy on one of the harder maps, 19. She's one of your only light magic users, the problem being the other is Qiulan. Yeah, I mean, we dropped her because Qiulan and chat were competing for tomes with Acielle. And I can definitely see that was part of why I penalized her, is because early on, you don't actually get that many light tomes. So Qiulan is kind of fighting with Acielle for a limited number. I think Kaluga is better. I do too. I think the big thing is free deploy on 19. I value more than free deploy on 11. Kaluga also has flight. You can do like telescope stuff or whatever. He's got terrible combat, but like so does Basil of Baker Street. What do we think about this? I really don't like this unit. Auto S rank though. Like if you don't have a good S rank user, it's just free deploy on 19, right? That's sort of what I'm thinking about, is free deploy on 19 versus you need a good S rank user. We barely used S ranks in 0%. So it kind of makes me think you don't need free S rank on a bad stat unit, do you? Or not bad, but mid. Zulabai is a unit you can deploy. I expected to deploy her more, but we didn't. I haven't deployed her at all. And granted, we still have endgame. We have Betrayer endgame, and then we have Ellerie's endgames. And that's it. Basil has access to cool tomes, but that's not really enough. Technically, he has the highest power in the game. Well, except for Sorbet. $14 speed. Yeah, 14 speed for Zubzulai. Yeah. Unless something happens to drastically change my mind, I think this is where the tier list is going to end up. Morning done. Congratulations, you just barely made it into the Ice Rider. Subscribe!